Should be back. And hopefully I can actually capture the game properly in a second here. Streamlabs literally just had an update and appears to have broken fucking everything, so thanks Streamlabs, real fucking cool. I'm gonna adjust some things, mainly gonna adjust the music volume up a little bit. Sound effects is staying exactly where it was at before. But yeah, I'm just gonna wait for people to get back in. But yeah, so new game, no pain, no gain. So yeah, basically Lo Wang is a twin brother named Hung Lo, and it's very much a thing. I also played it through part of the way recently. Oh, sprint of personality. Oh, look, you're coming apart. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Look, you're coming apart. Oh, that's actually kind of bad. Banzai! Hey, Shadow Warrior, problematic fave. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think it is just because of the fact that, you know, it's one of those cases of when you get a bunch of dudes who from Texas who decide, hey, we're gonna make a Kung Fu inspired build engine game. That's kind of what you end up with. Oh, there we go. But yeah, I figured go through Twin Dragons and also Wanton Destruction when I get through it. Because might as well. The gameplay is really solid, just, you know, everything else is a little bit cringe at times, so that's fine. Gameplay more than makes up for it. Playing a game based on racist stereotypes. Best way to actually describe it is less of based off stereotypes of that, more of based off of specifically exploitation movies, and those exploitation movies are based off those stereotypes. Same with Duke Nukem games, my childhood, but I don't know if I want to stream them. I mean, I got away with streaming Duke Nukem forever, so... And that's probably the greasiest Duke Nukem game overall. I mean, the only game I can really think of that, like, has kind of escaped that is Blood, because Blood has just made a setting that is just so, like, out there. Well, I am Duke Nukem for the most part. We got Duke Nukem RDX, I didn't want to play it. Yeah, I did it as a donation goal thing, so, someone donated enough, I had to play through the entire fucking thing again. And I've beat it before, just, it wasn't pleasant going through it a second time. It was really not great. Oh god, the fucking bees, get away. Okay. One of the guys hyped for DNF back in 2006, whenever the trailer came out. Yeah, 2006 was around that. I think it was like 2001, 2003, 4-ish, actually, and then there's also 2006. I was also pretty excited for Duke Nukem Forever, ow, when it came out. That's why we save. But yeah, I was excited for that when it came out, and then found out, oh, just none of what was promised, basically. I think the saddest thing about Duke Nukem Forever is that the fact that George Broussard didn't actually learn a fucking thing, and that's like the most tragic part of it overall. Because dude still acts like, goes on Twitter and like makes a lot of really questionable comments about, you know, the way gaming be. Oh, look, you're coming apart. What do you mean crunch is a bad thing? It worked fine for DNF. It's like, oh, George, no, honey.
You move like a
like, see, that's the thing. It's one of those cases of, people give John Romero a lot of shit for, what do you call it? For, Daikatana. And I played it, and for at least the first chapter, it's kind of deserved, but... At least, you know, John Romero was, like, at least willing to accept that, yeah, I maybe made some mistakes. I've learned from them. There are takeaway lessons, you know. Mainly, don't trust a marketing guy who has a really questionable fucking tagline for the game you're making. But yeah. I said, you know, I found out it was made by Gearbox, predicted to be shite. Yeah. I mean, my thing is, Gearbox picked it up. And technically, Randy Pitchford did work at 3D Realms for some time. Like, he did make The Birth. Which in itself is kind of a greasy episode now that I think about it. Ow. But it's a case of when he picked it up, he didn't really help out the team at all. It was like, oh hey, I own you now. Okay, good luck with like your 5 fucking people. Oh, you need extra resources? Sorry, we don't do that. That would be sinking cost into something we don't have any faith is actually going to be good. Thank you, Randy. Really cool.
You move like a pregnant yak.
Oh shit.
Better than acupuncture. Oh, sprint personality.
Pitchford Greasy Gaming Industry Generals Greasy sounds like it was just the Colonial Marines. Yeah, I had a friend who was really excited for that, but thankfully we talked him out of buying the game at the time, and oh boy, did we save him a few bucks, because holy shit. We saved that man a lot of money. Yeah, it was pretty cringe overall. I forgot that you just blow up the barrel.
Must be American made.
Oh right, you gotta fix it up. I remember. Oh yeah, there's the tools. But you can't really use it all, or at all. We can kind of use it.
Holy shit.
I'm also playing the Classic Redux Edition, of course, which kind of fixes a few things up. For the most part. But I still had to fix the landmine thing. Which is an interesting problem, because I didn't think you'd have to worry about, like, a weird voxel problem like that, but okay. I'm going to leave the level now, actually, but I don't want to yet, because I think there's still stuff we can find. Like that armor. Then open again. Right, open this room. This is the room I was after. Last check, Redux had broken mouse look. I was gonna try Shadow Warrior on the new source port. See, source port I didn't hear of, but the mouse look hasn't been all that bad. I think it's only if you have VSync on, which I think I turned off. Oh yeah, so how long have you been at stream? Must have been a while. I think a little over a year, 2 at this point. It's a little hard to keep track. I think the oldest stream I have on YouTube is about 2 years old, closer to 3. That was before I switched over to Twitch, because I just found Twitch to be a generally better platform when it comes to interactivity and other stuff. YouTube is really better laid out for videos. Twitch is better for, well, at least hopefully still will be better for streaming content, until somebody fucks that up. Oh, hello. Take some extra missiles.
I like big weapons.
Yeah, the mouse look doesn't feel too bad in this, honestly. I think it's mostly if you do VSync on, which I just don't. The fuck? Right. Nope. Come on. There we go.
Ah, better than acupuncture. I like sword. That's a personal weapon.
Maybe they patched it. I tried it years ago when it came out. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they did patch it, but it doesn't feel like super off. Like I'm still able to aim mostly fine. They still have the thing where the crosshair's off, but that's apparently a base game issue as well. So I'm not really gonna blame them for that one. I'm also just using it as a rough guide. Oh well, let's head to the next level.
Oh, better zip fly. Like sword. That's a personal weapon.
But yeah, I did have to fix the weird voxel lower than the ground bullshit from these mines. Especially for this, because in fucking this one section of level, it's a pain in the ass. Example. Yeah, this is one of those like level packs that got made by like I think a bunch of people who just threw their shit together from a website because they have their logo everywhere and they kind of released it. It's like, here it is. I feel like it was amateurish release. I heard World Tour was bad too, and Ion Fury had issues too. From what I remember, I haven't played World Tour because I don't want to give Randy money, and I don't really feel like the new episode was worth the price tag that he had on it, considering I already have Atomic Edition. Ion Fury was a pretty good release. The only issue I had near the end at the start of that was, near the end of that, for some reason, it started to lag on, like, the final boss fight, but the rest of the game was actually solid. It was only, like, really the final boss fight that gave me trouble. But yeah, the whole thing of like, yeah, I'm gonna release a whole new episode of Duke Nukem, and it's gonna be $20 for all this stuff, and we're gonna take the other version off the website. We're also not gonna include the stuff people wanted, like Life's a Beach, or any of the expansions, and I'm like, why? Why would you do that? Okay, probably put one. There we go. I can't tell if there's a Shadow Ninja up there. I'm sure it kept me away because of the homophobic jokes Transformers and Rights Company seem to be in the dump. I have no desire to buy shit like that. Oh yeah, no, that's actually fair. For me, it was more of a case of I already spent the money because I got it like... When did I get it? I got it like really early, like before the before like the news of that came out. And the way I kind of looked at it was like I already spent the money, so like I might as well play the game. I'm not gonna get their new expansion, I don't think, as a result, but you know. Because I don't think they've ever actually even gotten rid of the dudes there. I think they still are on the team. It's like, it's pretty yikes. Like, it's definitely one of those cases where you're, like, sitting there and you're like, you hear the original comments and you're like, yeah, just, It's like, good game, but why you gotta do shit like that? Oh, shit. There was a Shadow Ninja and I just didn't see it until now. Do I have... yeah. Save.
Cowabunga.
I don't remember if there was anything special about this room. Use the Guardian head because we have like 5 or 6 Guardians on this level. I always forget to use them. Oh god, no, 3 rooms wound up caving to ashes. Lots of, you don't have to apologize. Yeah. I mean, that's one of those weird things where it's like the way they kind of shot themselves in the foot when it came down to it, because they could have just easily removed it and been like, yeah, joke and bad taste are bad, and just like moved on from there, and then they made a big issue out of it, and it was like, Because originally it was like, they tried to walk it back and say, oh, well, we didn't know because of, like, cultural differences, and then it was like, oh, well, we, like, you know, like, we didn't, like, think it was that bad of a joke, or anyone would get offended, and then it was like, no.
Stand by.
Speaking of bad jokes.
3, 2, 1. All systems ready. Warning.
That might have been a waste, but I think I got a few dudes with it. They're going to, but then change their minds, so fucking cultural differences them out. Yeah, it was a really weird thing where I was like, it really wouldn't have taken much just to go, hey, like, we maybe shouldn't have made that joke, sorry, like, we fucked up. But then they just made a weird, like, big deal moral crusade thing, which really made nobody happy at the end of the day. So I remember reading, like, this stuff at the time, and I'm like, man, that's a shame. There we go. Like, transfer employee sent the sensitivity trainers probably wasn't shit, yeah. I think, like, the thing is, like, I think personally the soap bottle thing didn't really bother me, being someone who's bi, because I just looked at that, it was like, haha, that's like your general kind of, like, weirdo, like, messed up build engine world kind of bullshit. I'm like, whatever, it's like one thing, but then I heard about the comments, and I'm like, yeah, there's, like, no defending that. That's one of those ones where it's like, y'all, you really should have rethought that. Y'all just really should have not made that comment. Ooh. I think there's a mine in the fountain, if I remember right, unless the nuke took care of it. I think the nuke might have taken care of it. Oh, and I think someone just blew themselves up. Oh well. Just blow up whoever's in the office building. There we go. The OK ball wouldn't have been too bad if it weren't for the rest of the shit. Yeah, pretty much. Like, honestly, like, that's the biggest contention that was, like, I noticed a lot of people freaking out about. Is, like, I think just the bottle on its own would just been like, whatever, it's immature, but it's build engine type shit. People are gonna make jokes like that, whatever. But then you hear about the other stuff and you're like, oh, that's unfortunate. That's not great, guys. Yeah, not great. I wonder if I can make the jump from... I don't think... No, I can't. Oh. I thought maybe that jump would have been possible, but it doesn't really look like it. I could have actually made a jump over here, but I blew up the trash can. Now I can't. And like I think, let's see, she's enough of white. This isn't a boys club, but other shit like that. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's one of those cases too where it's like, it's such just a weird thing to look at and go, oh, like 3D Realms, what are you doing? Like the whole thing where giving like Sergeant Mark IV a lot of money to make something that basically looks like Brutal Doom, but like a little bit extra shit. And I'm like, guys, why you gotta fucking do that? Like, it could have cost you, like, $0 to, like, not, but you did. And I got my own problem with Sergeant Mark IV. I feel like a lot of his stuff is very repetitive, and I kind of find a lot of his shit a bit malicious and kind of jealous as hell. I'm not the biggest fan of the dude. Oh, shit. Speaking of malicious, hello.
Better than acupuncture.
Stand by.
Nope, don't want to nuke the end of the level. Oh, that's a flag, I forgot, it's not like a lampshade thing. Sergeant who? Sergeant Mark IV, it's the dude who made, Brutal Doom. He made some kind of yikes comments back in the day. I remember 3D Realms partnered with him to make effectively, like, a new kind of Brutal Doom looking game. And I was like, oh, that's just unfortunate. Yeah, dude's had a few controversies, mainly with making comments towards people who like would make criticisms of his mod, as well as a few like Nazi comments originally, and I'm like, that's not great. Also, the dude just kind of seems like an asshole. Like, that's the biggest thing. It's like, like, even without the controversies, it would have just been a case of the guy just doesn't seem cool to work with. Like, in particular, the big thing I remember, because I do a lot of the Doom mod stuff, is that he made it so that his map pack he came out with wouldn't work with, what do you call it? It wouldn't work with, I think it was, it wouldn't work with Project Brutality, that's what it was. Because he was angry that people were using Project Brutality to test it, to play with it. And he's like, well, I want people to test it with my mod. And instead of just being like, hey, can you, like, maybe test it with my mod, he's like, I'm gonna put something in to make it close your fucking game out if you combine these two mods. I'm like, wow, dick move. Also, ow. Sounds like a real shithead. Yeah, oh, and crash. Okay. Close the program. Yeah, it's bound to happen a little bit.
You no mess with Lo Wang.
Oh, this launched base Shadow Warrior. Shit, hold on. 1 second. I gotta close it and relaunch the actual one. Funny enough, I got more crashes on Twin Dragon when I was testing it out than I did the base game. But yeah, the Doom modding community for the most part is pretty cool, but there's just like 1 or 2 people where I'm like, oh no. We're speaking of games being fucking weird. I think I just gotta wait for this to close out. Yeah. There we go. Dragon. Yeah, 3D Realms, like, nowadays is very, like, weird, to say the least.
Oh, better zip fly.
Like, they've just made a lot of, like, very questionable partnerships in the past, and I'm like, oh, guys, no. Like, whoever y'all have vetting people needs to, like, step up their game just a little bit. Maybe the drone's dead me by now. Yeah. It's a lot of independent companies taking over. Like, New Blood is cool, from, like, everything I've seen. Oh.
Bullseye!
Grabbing ammo. Then again, though I start seeing inclusive worker co-ops in the industry, I won't put faith in a developer team. Yeah, that's fair. That or unionizing workers, that would actually be nice. Especially with how, like, shitty some of the practices can be. Oh, he made record profits? Well, it looks like we're just gonna lay everybody off because fucking we don't give a shit about our employees. Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Cowabunga!
I'm just gonna throw a grenade or two up there because I think there's just some dudes around the corner. Oh, now I remember, okay.
Like
Ow.
Chinese New Year fireworks. Holy shit!
That looks like a thing.
Bullseye!
I try to usually use as I've seen that long would be sufficient to solve social issues. Yeah, it's a start. The gaming industry is very, like, fickle and complicated to get into is the issue. Like, when it comes to, like, starting where to solve the problems, and it's like, there's not really an easy answer. Like, oh, there is not an easy answer. There's a few things that would help, but there's not, like, a straight-up, like, easy answer on how to fix some shit. Okay, so... there we got that. Oh, right, I gotta hit the button, I remember. STEM industry in general is like that, yeah. Unpaid internships, lots of discrimination. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. There's a lot of... ooh, there's a lot of you better work for peanuts or else you're basically not in the gaming industry type of people. And I'm like, I don't understand the logic. I think that's why a lot of people are going towards indie games these days, because it's kind of a better situation. Which I know there's still some problems with that, but for the most part, it's like, at least you can kind of work on your game independently and generally maybe find a publisher or do something through Kickstarter and then, like, do a little bit better than just, like, get laid off after a month working at Blizzard or some shit. That's a company that has, like, fallen from grace super hard. Shouldn't ask for fair pay because you should be passionate, yeah. That's always been bullshit. I just hit the stare button, I really didn't need to. Whoops. Oh, it just opens that back up, okay.
Ancient Chinese secret.
No? Okay, there we go. I think I already have it nuked, don't I? Yeah, I do. As I had bad faith, but absolutely none of Activision bought them, which is funny because now as an adult I have lots of nostalgic Blizzard games that I mostly just played StarCraft 1 custom maps. I played like a lot of, I think it was like Warcraft 3, Diablo 2. I've played like a lot of Blizzard games over the years. I think probably the one I probably sunk the most time into is probably the Diablo games. Though StarCraft is also a pretty big contender. This is one of those things that impresses me how badly things have gotten in that company. It's like, damn. I don't really play much Diablo or Warcraft. I played the Warcraft RTS games. I didn't really play World of Warcraft. I played it for a little bit and was like, It was okay. I mostly played it on friends' alt accounts and stuff, because when I was younger I was very broke. So I didn't really have the money to drop on like a monthly subscription. Which is also why I ended up playing a lot of mods and free games and stuff. Just a very interesting history that resulted from just not having a ton of money. I played that for like a month and got bored back in 06. Yeah. I mean, I played it like on a free account. I think I got Ground to Warrior up to like the max level, and I was like, I'm done. Still not my favorite shotgun build engine games. That seems like it should be a health pickup. So I remember there being a thing on like the top of the roof of this level, or like near the end, where I was like, oh, I really wanted to use the nuke. Max level, I think I got 27. My thing is I have a lot more patience for like MMO games, I think. In that I'll at least give most of them a chance to get to max level and see what's there, and then after that I'll be like, oh, never mind. Oh yeah, now I remember, this has the roof that has the two sumo dudes, I think. Also, ow. From that dude before he throws a before he throws some bullshit at me. Is that up there? I think this just goes back this direction. Yeah. What am I missing? I'm missing the red card. Just hate grind. I can understand that. I mean, it's one of those cases where nowadays I tend to have a lot less tolerance for it, and I don't really play as many grindy games. I played Warframe for like a long-ass time for when it came out. Now I don't really have the patience for it as much anymore. Because my big thing is that, like, I don't know, Warframe's one of those weird games where I really enjoyed it when it first came out, and then it kind of just ran out of content, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess that's a thing. So I might as well open this back up, because yay, free stuff. Also, fuck whatever the hell's in that room. Ever play Heretic? You're gonna be started on Warframe. I'll not shut up if you do. Oh, I was one of the people who was founder on that game and like played for a long ass time. Not to the level where I had say on like the design council, but I at least like had the thing and everything, and like bought into the beta and stuff. Got my Excal Prime and was like, okay. Also, Heretic's okay. I like Heretic for the most part. I still have to play it through on stream. I haven't really gotten to it. See, Warframe was enjoyable when it first came out because it felt very different and new and fresh, and then they just ran out of ideas, and I was like, oh. I guess we're updating Railjack again. I guess we're doing Doing the dance of updating Railjack for like the 500th fucking time this month. Because we don't know where to take our game anymore.
Stand by.
I think there's something like I can just like...
1. All systems ready. Warning.
Heretic was the first game I played, so it was my first game stream. Oh, nice. Yeah, Heretic's generally good, I just don't know it as well as, like, the other, like, classic retro FPS games. Right, I'm gonna go back down and grab that, nuke, though, because I know we're gonna need that shit later on. And also extra health.
I like nuclear weapons.
Excuse me, sir. Ooh. How much for Heretic Doom? That's fair. I mean, Heretic definitely has a different feel to Doom. My thing is, if I can, I would like combining the kind of like universes where it's like you get like magical weapons and armor and other shit, and then combine it with like technology. That's my preferred kind of playground, which is why Blood was a very, very good game back in the day for me. There's lots for that. Oh yeah. I think I played one of the ones that was based off of, one of the, like, bigger Heretic, slash Hexen WODs. Because I played the Diablo Doom mod, and I think the base of it is based off of, like, Heretic. Because it uses the one, Heretic RPG mod.
Reflexes. This is not us away.
Hey, the key. Right, nothing opens in this level. There's a co-op mode where you pick classes and classes for different characters. Heretic X, Champion Faves, and depending on which fantasy games, RPGs, very few action games, aimlets and armor as well. Yeah. I think I played that because it had mentions of like multiplayer components. Like I think if you're playing with Xandronum or whatever your like preferred thing is. Because I know it's an RPG type mod with like a paladin, a like ranger, necromancer, shit like that. No, use like a... There we go. And I never really get to use those. Oh, so you played Amulets and Armor? I think I did. Or at least a modified version of it. Because I know there's, because there's the Iron Tusks Diablo 3, or Diablo 3D mod for Doom, and I think it uses that as a base to sort of do its own thing. So it's basically a modified version of that. At least I'm pretty sure. I'd have to actually check it out again and see. Oop. It has the mods, I do not know of any. Yeah, I'd have to look it up, because like I said, my big thing is like a lot of like Doom-type mods is like my main thing I looked into, but I haven't really looked into as much like Hexen or Heretic.
Oh, you little tiny dick.
The thing, I feel like that's mostly just down to the fact that Doom has a much, like, more well-known modding base, whereas it's still there for, like, a lot of other games and stuff. I think it's just a case of, like, notoriety and stuff. I don't know if I actually got the railgun yet. No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, I did. Never mind. I streamed a mod called Heretics, which randomized parts of the game, adds a lot of enemies and weapons, and yeah, sponsorships of Hex and Heretic content disappoints me. Yeah, what little there is seems really good from like what I've read up on and what I've seen. It's just a case of like more people are just doing Doom stuff and like independent projects these days. Like there's a lot of people making like brand new fucking games on the GZ Doom engine, and I can't blame them because it seems like a really good engine for like retro FPSs. Like there's I think it's like the new ones coming out that I've seen was like Sulaco. Sulaco? Sulaco. I want to say it's Sulaco because it seems based off of like the Dead Space kind of vibe to it. So I'm just gonna say fuck that general area. Yeah, I can just use that. Not a lot of the shit I was getting through a wad called Heretic Treasure Chest off stream, and it's not great. Ah. Yeah. That's one of those weird things, like, it's very, like... I think there's a few well-known ones, and if you don't play the well-known ones, it's like, oh, it's just gonna have a bad time. One thing that actually was really good that had kind of like a Hex and Heretic vibe to it was Abyssum, Dawn of Innocence, and I think there was an expansion to that. But it very much felt like, sort of like Hexen with like a lot of extra stuff thrown in. I think it had some of the same weapons with like modifications that had kind of the same vibe. There we go. I think it was a thing where, like... It's one of those false switch ones where you just have to trial and error it. Oh no. Come on. There we go. I always hate those dudes. Yeah, 1 second. Let me actually grab it really quick. It is a Doom mod, so let me just, Abyssum... Abyssum Infernal Contract, and then there's a... Yep, there we go. One is a GZ Doom form link thing. Actually, it has a ModDB page. Hold on. Because I think that's where they put the most up-to-date ones. There's that one, which is the first one, which is really good. And then there's this one, which is the second one, which is also really good. I think they also just recently decided they were going to do an expansion on the second one, which adds like a whole new desert-type area. I don't know if it's been released yet, or if they're planning to come out with it. I have to actually look. Let's see, version 1.3, what does that have? I don't think it's come out yet. I think they're saying this is like their plan for it. Yeah, it's like a expansion pack. Okay. Yeah, those are all pretty good. Both of those mods are like really great. They kind of have that same vibe of like Hex and Heretic. Oh hey, there's a Ripper Heart up there. Eugh. Oh, I shouldn't have blown up the room, should I? Shit. Do I have Ripper Hearts? I already have one of them. Okay. The thing that fucks me up constantly in Shadow Warrior is that there's too much inventory almost. Like, there's just too many damn weapons, and I lose track of which ones I have and which ones I don't, and which ones I've used. Because I'd say out of it, most of the explosive weapons are the most useful out of Shadow Warrior, and then past that, it's kind of like, everything's just kind of an afterthought, feels like. Or at least it feels that way. I don't know. But yeah, those two are, like, really good. They kind of have, like, a, Hexen Heretic mixed with, Dark Souls / Diablo vibe to them in a weird way. But they definitely have that, kind of dark fantasy vibe to it. I have a feeling it's gonna want me to use a nuke in a second here. Oh, never mind.
Stand by. 3. Stand by.
This is another surrender.
There we go. Thanks for the links. So yeah, Heretic has the same. She has like 30 weapons. Some should ever play Arma 3. Yeah, I've played a lot of Arma 3. I play with Mark's group, PAW, which is like Provisional Warfare, Agency of Warfare. I've played in Star Sim. I've played. I currently play with one of the Aftermath groups. What do you call it? The Enclave one. Mostly because I know friends in the command staff and fuck around with that. I've done a lot of Zeusing stuff. Let's see, what else have I done? Oh god. I helped Mark host a few charity events. That was actually interesting.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Doing sort of pay-for-pain charity events actually have been really, really neat to do. Wait, is that Fallout shit? Yeah. There's the Aftermath mod for Arma 3 that's really good. Oh. Fucking level just explodes for no reason. Okay. Shit, I'm fine with that. Do. Very much for Fallout role-playing is just Armed for the core gameplay. I started streaming Vindictive. That's pretty boring solo. Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of the various like persistent type missions, but like I'm usually more of an op kind of person. Because I've done like a lot of Zeusing and kind of threw missions together and things like that. Okay. Just the level randomly exploded. I'm cool with this. There we go. Ooh. Come on. There we go. Well, at least it's gonna be playing medkits. I think it was because all the Stalker-themed content in the English translations. Yeah, I used to have an Arma group, but it sort of died on me. Now I'm looking for another one. I could link Paw, but I'd give the warning that, like, it's kind of in, like, a weird transitional period. Like, there's a lot more casual ops on Tuesday, and, like, Paw itself is very casual, so there's not really a formal training or anything. It's just down to, like, whatever people throw together. Let's see, what else? There's that. The serious ops are on Thursday that Liru hosts for us, and like some of them are kind of an acquired taste, and like we've kind of moved away from doing World War II back to modern mercenary stuff. Wonder if I'm gonna have to. It might want me a nuke up there, and that's why it gave me another one in the other room. Yep.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. All systems ready.
Ooh.
Warning.
I really hope that got the dudes upstairs. Yeah, I think it's back here. Yeah, I don't really want to join Milsim out of it. Tend to have more chuds than Armor 3 does in general. I spent years practicing radio procedure and training command friendly. I'm over it. Yeah, it's more casual than that. Like, a lot of people barely have done training in general, and like, if something's generally a bit more, like, serious, we tend to not do it as much. Like, it is not a Milsim. In fact, I think some people were very upset that they found out that it wasn't a Milsim, and it was a lot more casual than that. Because I've done the whole fucking Milsim thing, and I got tired of it after a bit. Like, I'll do the thing where I usually, like, shorten information down to, like, what needs to be said, and that's, like, it. But I'm not gonna, like, spend, like, a long-ass time practicing 9-line or any bullshit like that. I'm in this middle of the road where I hate Milsim, but I also hate fucking around, so finding groups I work with is difficult. That's fair. I mean, Paw's one of those weird groups I find is, like, kind of odd to categorize, because they're definitely more in the fucking around category. Thank you, Level. Really cool. Thanks for just blowing the fuck out of me at the very beginning there. I really appreciate that.
Everybody dead. I like that. Bullseye!
Yeah, I can definitely feel that. It's kind of hard to find a group that you vibe with sometimes. Oh, yeah, I'm restarting the level anyways, okay. Like, I've done the more, like, serious bullshit before. Okay. That wall apparently is just designed to murder the shit out of you, so I might as well save on, like, this side of the level. No, don't load. Save the game, please. Thank you. Can I just, like, knock that out before it tries to fucking kill me? Ow. Why didn't that go so well before? What did I do different? That fucking killed me so fast I didn't even have to load the level. Holy shit. I need to be like... Come on. Ow, fucker. Oh, right. Still a dude over there. Who's gotta load that back? That was weird. Yeah, I have no idea where to find people to play with. Just use the go to IRC for that nowadays. You have the Telegram, Discord groups can't be put out publicly. Oh, you got blasted in the chat realm. Yeah, this is one of those things that you run into when you play a set of levels that is mostly made by, like, I think, like, maybe, like, one smaller group, and that's about it. And then sold commercially. It's definitely on the weird end of shit. Like, I've always said that Shadowrun's, or not Shadowrun's, but Shadow Warriors balance. I mean, Shadowrun works for that too, but Shadow Warriors balance has always been more, like, glass cannon-y. Okay, so can I, like... There we go. Is there anything even worth it? I mean, misses are worth it, I guess. I get most of my health back, so that's fine. I'll go through a link to the armor group, I'll try and join with that. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Most of them are cool. A lot of the group was furry. There's a few people who aren't, but, like, it's mostly okay. So let me find it. Because I need to get a link to Universal Invite. There we go. No, that's not really a problem. I mean, Mark keeps it very, like, tight, in the fact that, like, literally Mark doesn't even want to play as, like, the Germans in World War II stuff, if I ever do them or whatever. And stuff like that.
Damn, I'm running into walls now.
So that's not really something you have to worry about. Like, the group is 90%, like... I'm probably gonna say 90%, like, furries that are... Oh, hold on. 90% bi, gay, and trans furries, and, like, other people who are just generally cool, so, like, whatever. But yeah, some people have gotten yeeted really fucking... Oop, shit. Some people have gotten yeeted really fucking quickly for making some, like, yikes comments in the past. I hate this level.
Some wang.
I remember not liking this level very much because 90% of it was just popping out of boxes and just like... Alright. I just like do this. There we go. Oh no. Very long, I'll listen to CW credentials. Ah, that's fair. I mean, there's of course gonna be like one or two people who make like the odd comment where I'm like, oh, that's a little bit like questionable, but that's kind of with Arma in general, unfortunately. Yeah, for the most part, it's very like casual friendly, but also it's a case of people aren't allowed to like get away with bullshit if they're trying to pull it. Alright. This level kinda sucks, cause it's mostly just getting fucked over by explosive dudes. And guys popping out of boxes. Okay, there we go. There we go. The biggest thing I remember about this is that there's like no health on this level. At least not near the beginning. Oh shit. God damn it. Oh, never mind, there we go.
Ah, better than acupuncture.
That works. I also distinctly remember a weird thing where I got really lost on this level. I don't remember what I had to do to beat it.
Oh damn, I'm running into walls now.
Oh, right, now I remember. It's because I never checked this door at the time. That's why I got lost. Oh, no, come on. 7. I can beat you without having to deal with explosives. Hello, medium well. How are you? Medium well? Medium well. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little distracted because this level is sapping a bit of my concentration. Because of just the way it be. Yes, hopefully you're doing well.
Look, you have a new friend.
Come on. There we go.
You move like a pregnant yak.
Okay. There we go. I'm well, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Just playing through some Shadow Warrior and raising a bit of money for charity. Also, it's been a while since I mentioned the charity. Holy shit. So, we are raising money for the Lupus Foundation of America. Part of it is that my girlfriend puts it on every year, basically, whenever it's around this time, because her mother has lupus. And it's not a disease a lot of people know about, so that's why I'm decided to help raise a bit of money for it. So we're currently sitting at like the 234 mark. So yeah, if people want to come and people want to donate some extra, well, I died instantly. If people want to donate some extra money to the cause, that would be fantastic. Just to help people out and stuff.
You move like a pregnant yak.
Never lupus, I'm sorry to hear. Yeah, she's a nice lady. She like gets along with it, but yeah, she's been living with it for years at this point. But yeah, my girlfriend tends to do it at least once every year and basically gets a bit of help with it to raise some money. We currently doubled what we raised last, or what she raised last year, so that's a big thing, which is nice. Oh, there's a button. And a Ripper Heart.
I like big weapons.
Thing is kind of worth its weight in gold. Oh, I remember this level confusing the shit out of me, actually. Say, where do you go? Where did you go to get into Team Underdog? Oh, I went to the Discord and just like did the sign up form from there. Basically, if you do the sign-up form, like, somebody will review it and be like, oh yeah, you know, approved or whatever. The only big thing is that I remember the restrictions were that, off the top of my head, you have to have at least, I think, 3 streams up as VODs, or you have to, like, have some... go in and, like, contact someone and be like, hey, I can't do VODs, for example, and, like, explain that. And, like, explain why. And if you can't, maybe get someone to review, like, a few of your streams. And if someone reviews it, then they can invite you to the team and do other stuff. But yeah, you can just join the Discord link, which I think I have below somewhere. Actually, I'm gonna have to wait until I get more active again. Yeah, like, it's generally just to filter some people out who, like, you know, don't really stream, but just want to be, like, a part of the thing. And also, it's a content thing to make sure that nobody's, like, doing anything that breaks either the Underdog rules or Twitch TOS or anything, trying to avoid that. What one did I just pick up? Blue, right? Got a random heat seeker card as well. Sweet. Uh-oh. Ooh. Don't want any of that. Okay. There we go. God, Shadow Warrior makes you take a fuck ton of self-damage. Forgot about that. As long as I ain't, as long as it ain't got a no political content rule, should be fine. No, it's not that. It's literally just like, it's not a no political content rule. It's just like, hey, no racism, no like bigotry, stuff like that. Because we have a few people who will stream for various causes and do various things. One of our, like, some of our community managers, for example, are big supporters of Black Lives Matter. You know, things like that. I think they have all the rules listed in the Discord as well. It's just that I'm trying to remember them off the top of my head, so I might be missing some things that just, like, might be important.
There can be only one.
Yeah, it's pretty open to, like, people who are also smaller streamers, so there's, like, no affiliate requirement. People can just kind of join on the team and, like, get on it.
Scumbag.
Oh. Oh, that's a grenade launcher room. I took some chain race and just read them over. They look fine. Actually, I've reached affiliate thanks to another little streamer giving me shoutouts. Reach affiliate is great feeling. Nice, yeah.
Ancient
It's good to hear.
secret. Time to get erased.
I actually really like the Eraser reference. That's a movie that's kind of critically, like, not a lot of people remember. I still gotta watch the one with my girlfriend when I get the time. Oh, shoot. Okay, that was a Caltrop mine. That was a little close. Their main left is on Twitch. Unfortunately, not many of them are also furries. It's also a niche that I'm trying to fill. Oh, that's fair. Like, there's a few I can kind of think of off the top of my head, but yeah, I guess that's a bit more of a niche thing. Yep, I knew it. Ow, 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 fuck. Oh, Jesus. Come on. God damn it. Oh, fucking, that's bullshit. Okay. What if I can just toss one in there? No, I think I keep missing. I generally have an idea what this wants me to do, just damn. There we go.
Sayonara, scumbag.
I will say, it's very smart to abuse the fact that they can duck in and out, but holy shit is that annoying to play against. Very hardcore games, time Venn diagram. Say, ever played MechWarrior? Oh, a little bit. Oh, hey. Other dude who needs to receive grenade launcher.
This is not tournament. This is for real.
There we go. Never remember. Oh, yeah, there we go. Just gonna use a Ripper Heart here. Because I can.
Everybody did.
There we go.
I like big weapons.
Did I forget the key card? I think I did. It's probably somewhere. There's a little free mod I play now and then called MechWarrior Living Legends. I stream now and then, but the community's somewhat toxic and servers aren't always full. Oh yeah, that's fair. I've heard of Living Legends. I didn't really get to play it back in its heyday, unfortunately, because I don't think I had access to, what do you call it at the time? Crisis to play it. Gets to play now if you have a decent rig. Yeah, that's fair. It's more of just finding the time between like other stuff, because I do a lot of stuff in between. There we go.
Ancient Chinese secret. You're no mess with Lo Wang. Doesn't have to for kung fu fighting you chicken shit.
Do 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 do. Oh.
I kill you. Oh, you little tiny dick.
Oh. Oh yes, the blow everything up level. Do 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 do.
This is another away. Better than acupuncture.
Nope. Nope.
It's not a tournament. This is for real.
Okay, come on. Ew. I don't want to get close to that. Yep. That went bad. Okay. Also, I'm gonna take a quick break after I clear out, like, a safe area. I think this area is actually pretty safe. Yeah, this area is fine. Okay. So I'm gonna BRB really quick, just use the washroom, but I will be back. I'm just gonna throw some music on and run a quick ad, because it does help with, the channel a bit. But yeah, I will return soon. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. My stomach decided to not agree with me. Let's go back to doing what we were doing. This level is just explosions, the level, so I gotta bring my phone back up, because for some reason that got turned off the chat. There we go. Do 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 do. Right, I think we got the secret that was back here. Yeah, we did. Yep. Oh, there we go. Any sim kill vibes will play ARM at some point. Yee, that'd be nice. Yeah, because I know at least this week we're probably going to go back to our modern mod list to continue whatever Liru put together. Let's see. Tuesday, I think, is like a Fallout thing that Patches wants to try. What else? There's a few things that we're kind of doing. I might try to get the actual persistent mission that people voted for up on the box at some point. I just have been super busy between like real life stuff and also just like trying to do like charity things, so that kind of ended up taking a back seat. Hopefully the mod pack isn't like 200 gigabytes. It's not that big. It's mostly cup, RHS, some stuff in between there. I don't think it's that big. I think maybe it's like 60. It's not the worst mod list because it's fairly light to allow people to download it quick if things fuck up or whatever. Okay. I guess I'm pretty sure it's on the smaller side. The only thing that might be like a bit bigger is the Aftermath mod list, because that has a lot of the like Fallout stuff and things and from other maps, but that's sort of like an optional op, so if people just don't feel like coming to it, they don't have to, because it's like a Tuesday one. Oh. There it is. Blue card. I have very little Fallout. Know how well I'm doing it. Last time I played was Fallout Tactics on gameplay or It's been a while. Fallout, I'd say Fallout and Aftermath is kind of closer to a weird mix of like modern day with like a little bit of side on nom tech and just mostly like stuff like that. Like, it's definitely not as bad as trying to deal with World War II or Vietnam or anything like that, where you just don't have, like, radios or anything like that. Might nuke this outside area.
3, 2, 1. All systems ready. Warning.
Oh, never mind. Did not go well. Did not go well at all. I'm just gonna stick to the grenade launcher then. Oh. Oh. Shoot. Oh, why did you change back? Ah, god damn it. Glass cannon enemies. Oops, all glass cannon. A fun and exciting Oops, all glass cannon game.
Sayonara, scumbag. Cowabunga. Ori pieces of cow.
Come on. There we go. I have no taste for Bethesda's Fallout. No, that's fair. I mean, a lot of the, like, people who do Fallout, or probably are going to do Fallout, tend to sort of write their own storyline, stuff that takes place before, after, and kind of around, like, 3 in New Vegas, I guess. And sort of integrate stuff with 2 as well. It's a bit of a weird thing to describe. Like, I made a Fallout campaign that was based off of the, oh, Jesus. This is based off of, like, island hopping and shit. It's mostly stuff that you don't really get to see in, like, normal Fallout because of, like, the game's, like, level of scope. So... while still trying to generally keep to the, spirit of it. Red key card, okay. So where did I have to use the red key? Or was it? Oh, I think it was in the other facility building thing. But yeah, like stuff from Fallout 2 gets kind of integrated a little bit. They don't have super mutants in proper yet, so like I can't really do anything with that at the moment. Because, you know, just weirdness with mods not including certain things.
Meet Mr. Stupid! Sayonara, scumbag. Snatch table from him. Look, you have a new friend!
Really good to use the sticky bomb, so it's kind of neat to just throw them out a little bit. There we go.
Sayonara, scumbag.
Is there any health left? Yeah, there's some. Oh. Just ended it instantly. I actually want to play a little bit of AMCTC again once they come out with a new episode of that at some point.
Like Chinese New Year power.
Mainly because it seems like the 3D Realms version of the Avengers. And it was they did a really good job with episodes 1 to 3 so far. Oh. Don't want that to go the way I wanted it to. Okay. There we go. AMCTC, oh, I remember seeing that. I've never tried it, might try it sometime. It's definitely worth picking up and giving a try, because, I'd say when you first play it, don't play it on the harder difficulty because you can always come back to it later on hard. But mostly play it on like normal starting out because they kind of introduced the armor system on normal, but it's not nearly as like hardcore as it is on hard. Because they kind of go a bit crazy with the way it works. Because on normal, the armor will like reduce damage from some stuff, but technically, if you just use enough like ammo on something, it'll usually die. Whereas on like the harder difficulties, like some enemies are just straight up immune to some things, and you kind of have to use like the right ammo type. It's weird. I always try games on the hardest difficulty first. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things of the way they balance it is not just necessarily more health, more health, less ammo, etc. They do have actual, like, major differences between the difficulties. It's one of those things of that's their suggestion for it, but, you know, I guess, like, if you want to jump in, you can. That I should kick because it does not work out on if I stream or actually it's not what I used to be in the multitasking is difficult. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things of there's some games like this where I'll play it on like no pain, no gain because I know I can kind of get away with it. And there are some other games where I'll like, I'll try it on like the harder difficulty, but there's other times where I'm like, yeah, I genuinely know there are some games I'm not going to have a fun time with on hard. It's just a weirdo thing. I think it's also a focus thing. Like, I've played Ultra Kill before a little bit, and, like, I genuinely thought it was pretty good. The only difficulty I ran into is that trying to stream it and, like, commentate and, like, pay attention to what the fuck's going on is just really difficult. Which is the big thing. Heretics in that game I was willing to play on hardest because it was a slog. I did play Quake 2 on Nightmare, it was a cakewalk. Yeah, Quake 2 on Nightmare isn't too bad. Quake 1 is a little bit difficult, as well as the expansion packs for it. That's just generally is the thing with Quake 2, it is a lot easier compared to the first game. Still difficult in some places, but for the most part, yeah, it's a cakewalk. It wasn't really designed to be a hard game. Is there anything I can... Nope, okay. Now we're getting into the weird levels for Twin Dragon. There we go. And the glass cubes tend to shower you in ammo and resources, and there are explosions at places where things get hard. Heretic base game, easy shadow survivor, level designers start to troll you, and have any other way. That's Hexen's Death King is similarly difficult. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's one of those things of like some games are designed to be hard, and that's just like fine for what it is. And you're supposed to kind of know a lot of the tricks in order to get through them. Although Shadow Warrior's always been a little bit weird, because Twin Dragon is like one of those things that's like just very odd, in that like it's not exactly hard, and it's more just like, I wouldn't call it badly designed, because this isn't badly designed, and it's still fairly fun. It's not really, like, designed by committee, and it's not really, like, designed like other expansion packs. Like, Wanton Destruction's also kind of weird. Shadow Warrior got the weird expansions where they didn't really necessarily finish them or have time to polish them out, so it just results in them being odd. Like, one of them is half finished by Sunstorm, the other one is just, like... The other one is made, like, by, I think, like, just a level design website, or like one of those gaming host websites. Quake 2's reckoning is odd. I think the expansions tend to be a bit weird, especially when outsourced. Yeah, part of the other thing with Quake 2 is that they gave some of the expansions to Zaytrix, which also made Redneck Rampage. And those games are, whew. It's not just from watching the Civi videos, because I played the demos and also, like, a bit of them when they, like, first came out. Even at the time, I was like, oh, this is a little odd. Sunstorm were generally fairly solid for making expansions. And they made, like, a good portion of the expansions for, like, build engine games.
Oh damn, I'm running into walls now.
But damn, there's the way, like, some expansions went where it's like, oh, just not very well laid out. I think I can probably get away with grabbing that and then doing it. Yeah, there we go. Like, this expansion in particular is very odd, because on one hand it tries to really brutalize you in some sections, and other sections it really just hands you just piles of health and ammo. It's very strange.
You half a man you used to be. Oh, sprinter personality.
I haven't played Redneck Rampage, but apparently it's rather yikesy. Yeah, I mean, the way I'd describe it is, it's not very well put together, and it's more of one of those cases where it looks good. It's a very good looking game for the time. They kind of pulled out a lot of the stops for, they pulled out a lot of the stops in, like, the looks department, but they really could have used some time with the gameplay, maybe. They really could have worked on the gameplay a lot more, and they just didn't.
This is not us away.
Like, until Blood came out, it's probably one of the better looking, like, build engine games out there, actually, for environments and stuff. It's just a case of, like, there was a lot of ideas that kind of clashed. Like, their idea for health. Oh, shit. Yeah, I got too close to the booty boy. Alright, I don't have the... That should get... No, it didn't get him. Fuck's sakes. Okay, no, he died. You blow yourself up a lot, right? They seem rather explosive personality. Yes. Mostly in this game. Shadow Warrior's, what do you call it? Shadow Warrior's splash damage is a little weird. And a little on the high end compared to Blood or, Duke Nukem. Or Doom, for that matter. I feel like they kind of expect you to just blow the shit out of yourself, which is fine. It's a bit different. It's kind of different. Yep, time to blow up that area. I mean, hell, it's actually kind of impressive that they have a Ugh. I can't talk to my close to me getting blown up by enemy's death explosion. That's fair. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, with Shadow Warrior, it's still just very, very much tailored to you just blowing the shit out of yourself, though. I mean, they give you, like, a literal nuke as a weapon. Like, they expect that shit to happen. They are counting on it. I gotta play through the remakes for Shadow Warrior at some point again. Those were pretty good. I don't feel like they had the same feel necessarily as the originals, but they were okay.
That be only one.
They were still very fun to play, so
Oh,
that's what
fly.
that's what kind of counted. Right, I remember this level being weird. Like, this level had some user map vibes where it just very much feels like a lot of small buildings kind of just shoved together. No, okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, enjoy your food. Oh shit. Okay. Chop, chop.
You're coming apart. Oh damn! I'm running into walls now.
Oh, someone just tried to kill me. Or the shuriken hit.
Ancient Chinese secret.
I think there was a secret over here somewhere. Huh. Do. Oh boy. There we go. Do. There you go.
I like big weapons.
Secret card. I think there was a secret. There we go. Over here. Do. I remember this level taking a while. I want to say it was partially because I had a really dumb moment and could not find where the red keycard door was. That actually reminds me of my standing thing where I don't really want to play Redneck Rampage, like, at all. And part of the reason for that is, oh. We're just gonna ignore that. Yeah, part of my standing reason for that is that I have a bad thing where sometimes I'll get lost as shit, even with, like, colored key cards and, like, good auto map and stuff. So, like, if I need to figure that shit out on, like, not a great auto map, and also one where all the keys are the same color, then, like, Gotta opt out of that shit. Alright. Can I hit? There we go. Can I get in there? No, it wants me to go through wherever the fuck. Oh. I didn't know that was still active. Okay. I don't think there's a point to coming over here. Yeah, I don't think there was, actually.
I like sword. That's a personal weapon.
Oh yeah, nuke. So I can use that at the bank. Or near the end, I don't know.
I am the Shadow Warrior.
I feel like I'm using the smoke bomb wrong again. You're supposed to pop it when you get into the room with dudes.
Ah, better than acupuncture.
But no, I'll figure it out. There we go. Oh, grenades. I should make sure to save because He Who game crashes. I remember this being a stupid thing. Oh, damn it. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. Nope, fuck. Nope, shit. God damn it. Yay, button puzzle with no fucking hint. God damn it. Oh, fuck. No, oh, god damn it. Maybe this one? Oh, where is that? Oh. God damn it. Oh, fuck me, come on. I figured that out. No. Shit. Shit. I gotta remember which one raises that without dropping anything else. Maybe this? No. Fuck. No. Oh my god. Disaster. Okay. This one? No. God damn it. Oh, there we go. Yay. Oh no.
some wang.
You know, some of the low-tier enemies in this are pretty dangerous, but I'd still say the most dangerous fucking low-tier enemies in any game during any time has to be the Blood Cultist. Those fuckers are always, like, 0.3 of a second away from, like, ruining your day, no matter, like, what you are doing. So what? I got the red key. Okay, cool. So I know where I need to take that.
You very bad man.
There we go. Oh, Raid Channel, thank you for the raid. Hello. Hold on, let me just fucking shout it out. Yes, welcome. Oh. Thank you, Conway, for doing the shout out. But yeah, we are still, we're playing some Shadow Warrior for charity. We are on the expansion packs. I'm gonna be trying to finish Twin Dragon tonight, at least, and then maybe do Wanton Destruction tonight or tomorrow? But it's gonna depend. It's gonna depend on how long we take on this. But yes, hello everybody. But yeah, we're doing this to raise money for lupus awareness, as you might see on the screen. We're currently sitting at 234, I think, around there. So yeah, if you have a few extra bucks and you're like, I might chuck a sub, don't chuck a sub, just like consider donating possibly, because that would really help someone in need. I would appreciate the sub, but at the same time I'd be like, hey, that can really help people out. Anyways, we're shooting ghosts with a chain gun shotgun. That is a thing. So let me... There we go. Yeah, we're finally getting through Shadow Warrior, which is nice. I played through the base game recently. I gotta say, it was interesting to go through. I still think Blood is my favorite build engine game overall, but Shadow Warrior definitely comes close. It's up there. Oh. I'd like to say my favorite is Power Slave by virtue of setting along, but I haven't beaten it yet. Oh yeah, Power Slave is interesting. It's just a case of I don't think I've ever had the ability to actually play it, because I kept seeing things about it, but I never actually sat down and played through it. For me, Blood is up there just because of the fact that it has like that kind of Cthulhu-esque, like ancient elder gods type of stuff going on. I think I killed the bees. I don't have to worry about them.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Yay. Not in real life. Don't kill the bees in real life. Fuck the bees in this game. In this game, they 100% have it coming. Oh, let's just open the other side. It's only gotten a few swords for some reason. Eldritch Horror has never really appealed to me much. Doesn't help with the massive race to Lovecraft that is. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I kind of just enjoy weird otherworldly things, so I feel like that's my big deal. I would say it's not exactly Lovecraft influences, though. I mean, it has influences, don't get me wrong, but it definitely does its own thing with the sort of like ancient gods kind of evil terror from some other place kind of formula. Especially because it puts you in the shoes of like the bad guy, basically. Since Caleb is not exactly a hero at the... I guess the lightest you could technically describe him as an anti-hero, but even then that's a little bit, you know... Big into Dieselpunk, Steampunk School too. Funny enough, I think, funny enough, I feel like, Blood has a little bit of that, because it has, like, Tesla tech stuff, and also has a lot of, like, weird sort of, like, Elder God tech mixed with, like, old, like, 1920s, 1930s stuff. I think Dieselpunk is interesting. Like, I liked what they did with the newer Wolfenstein games in that regard. It's kind of a shame that we didn't get a chance to play, Conway and I didn't get a chance to play fucking, the New Blood. Because I did want to go through that, but we just literally could not get it to work, and I was actually really sad. Oh, no. No, 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 we ain't playing that game. I ain't sword fighting a snake that has 4 swords. Fuck that. Oh, it's another one. Why is there 2 of you? This game's shotgun's very weird. I'd say Blood's largely a cult horror, the side of campy movie horror and some mad science thrown for good measure. Yeah, that's a bit more fair. Now, Death Wish, that's when you get into, like, the weirdo, like, you know, eldritch horror, alternate universes and dimensions type stuff. I'm not excited for this level. Yeah, I want to see. I would still want to play the new Wolfenstein game when it comes out because I want to murder the shit out of Mecha Hitler. Because why the hell not? God, I really hope that's a thing. Oh, Insta Seagull, whoops. Oh no. Okay, where was I? Ow. I was getting shot from over there. Or in here. No, I was getting shot from in here. There we go. I think the only game I'm looking forward to is High Fleet, because surprise, surprise, Dieselpunk game also made by the same people who made Hammer Fight, and I loved Hammer Fight. Oh, that's also cool. That seems neat. There we go. Right, that's just the entrance. Am I gonna take the boat with me? I'll take the boat with me. It is a miracle that this shit actually works. It is also a miracle this works as well as it does. Seriously, what the fuck? There we go. Oh. Oh, there's a shadow ninja there and I didn't see him. That's tragic. Yeah, you know what? Fuck the boat. I will use it to get, like, one secret, and that's about it. Magic game or steampunk helicopters and weird medieval style weapons, giant swords, axes, cannons, mounted on a gimbal when you're trying to fly and rotate. Fell steep in the back of a very big setting filled with monsters and clan warfare. It does sound neat. The only other diesel bunk game I can actually think of a little bit is, what is it? Oh, what's the name? Iron Harvest. There we go. That's a game I actually got to play as well, because that's an RTS game that kind of has the Company of Heroes formula going a bit. That also has that kind of, like, setting. Just a little bit. There we go. I've been meaning to get that game, but whenever I go to get it, I either, like, am broke or it's not on sale. And I would get it when it's like... Oh, no. Right, we're gonna move away from that for a second. I would get it when it's full price, I'm always broke when it's full price, and I'm just like, I don't really want to drop like 40 bucks on it. Down the Harvest Fighter, I never got around to playing it. I played a bit of it. It seems pretty solid for like gameplay-wise. But honestly, if I was gonna get it, I'd probably get it for the story, because the story seems like really well put together. Or at least from what I can tell, it is. Ow. I think I stepped out of mine. I'm always not going to say anything that's VTuber money, which is problematic, because I don't even have ref yet. It's... Yeah. It's one of those weird things these days where it's like, it kind of feels like the priorities for what you're supposed to spend money on are just really wonky. They just don't make a lot of sense. Like, I'll be real, I would really like to get Necromunda Hired Gun, because that looks like it's going to be a really good game, because it has Titanfall movement, it's set in the 40k universe, and everything that I've seen promotion-wise has just looked very good for it. But at the same time, I'm like, it's like 40, 50 bucks. I'm like, even on sale, it's still a pretty big investment. And it's one of those cases where I know my computer is going to be able to play it. I don't know if it's going to be able to stream it, which is the other big thing that I've been doing lately, where I've been trying to avoid games that I know that I can't stream or won't stream. I've been mostly sticking to that kind of stuff. Okay. Let's get rid of that so I don't step on it. Oh, it's not in this level. I know it was another level where I had to go through like a really weird ladder. It's Games Workshop, so I'm waiting to see how Ghoul-tastic DLC microtransactions will be. Yeah! Then again, it is Focus Home, and Focus Home for the most part has been fairly okay from what I remember, and from like the other stuff they've done. Because on one hand, yeah, Games Workshop can be pretty fucking bad, like case in point, the Blood DLC for the Total Warhammer game. But for the most part, like, I feel like Focus Home have been okay. Like, a lot of their stuff I've been happy with, and generally they haven't really done anything that makes me go, oh, that's bad practice. Plus, Casey Explosion is, because she is, like, looking at it and going, yeah, I'm really hyped for this, and I'm like, I kinda wanna get it. Because also it's a really unique 40k game in that you're not playing as the Imperial Guard or the fucking, or a Space Marine, or you know, anything like that. You're playing as, like, an actual, honest-to-God hired gun, who's probably still gonna work for the Imperium, but, you know, different setting and stuff. I really, honestly, like, enjoy the 40k universe. But mostly because of just how ridiculous shit can get when it's just, it's great. It's got some weird undertones if people take that shit seriously, but, I feel like it's kind of along the same lines that I look at, where it's like, if people take, like, Starship Troopers seriously and not as a parody, it's not my problem. And they really need to, like, not do that. It is actually depressing the number of people I've talked to who've taken Starship Troopers 100% seriously and, like, you know, just don't see the parody in it, and I'm like, that's a yikes. That is a yike and a half, Captain. And like 40k is the obvious steel blank side, generally a fan of the Grimdark, while 40k concede is what if big tree good, so I'm not surprised when you flash like it. I mean, it's not really that, it's... See, that's sort of the other thing, too. It's more of the case of nobody in that universe is fucking good. There's not a single good person in that universe. The only reason that the Imperial Guard are portrayed as, like, the good guys, or, like, the Imperium in general, is because of the fact that it's just centered as Imperium-centric. Like, even the Tao's writing is very, like, questionable if you get into, like, the nitty-gritty of it, because in theory they were kind of like the good guys, but then you actually read into how they kind of control the population and stuff, and you're like, oh, that's a little, The Imperium is supposed to be the bad guys. I feel modern 40k media have missed that part. I mean, I feel like they've kind of missed it a little bit, but not exactly with, what do you call it? Not exactly with some of the writing and, like, other stuff. Like, they've gotten that kind of down with, like, the Primarchs coming back and going, y'all kind of didn't listen to the teachings of, like, you know, the God Emperor, with, like, big quotes around that, because they, of course, wouldn't call him that, because they're like, hey, don't put me up on a pedestal. They just put him up on a pedestal. It's like, oh, okay. 40k is one of those things where simultaneously it's very interesting writing-wise, but also, like, I can see why people are kind of turned off by it, because some of the undertones are a little weird and, like, you know... 40k is a weird setting to talk about. I personally like it as a vehicle for dumb bullshit, because there's just a lot you can do with it, and it's just very funny and interesting. Yeah, Task Society is still stratified, uses caste systems. Not only that, but the whole pheromones controlling people thing. It's like, eh. It's like, that's a yikes. And what they do to people from other races. That's another thing that I've heard of from the lore, if I remember correctly, where I was like, yeah, that's a no bueno. Then you get the orcs, where the orcs' big thing is they just want to fight everybody. I'm like, okay. That's fair. I just like seeing all the cool air-connected designs of the guardsmen. They also have so many now, and they all look bitchin'. Yeah. I do like the Imperial Guard just because of the different, like, look and feel of all the various, like, regiments and factions and everything, and just the way they kind of flesh them out. I like that even though, like, they're a big unified army that is supposed to be like, hey, we're all gonna get together and get shit done, they all still have their own sort of, like, culture, society, and, like, way of doing things within the Guard, that they're like, we want to do things this way, and, like, we believe in this, that, and the other thing. It's honestly a really interesting, like, setting overall that you can do a lot with. Like, I played a bit of the role-playing game, and it was actually pretty fun. Mainly with, what do you call it? Dark Heresy, there we go. Rogue Trader is also interesting.
Holy shit!
Alright, forgot about this room. Fuck this. I think there's one's up there, or there's one up there. I'm trying to remember where it exactly is. I think it's up there, maybe. Yeah, there it is. Gas bombs. Each world provides its own soldiers have wildly different cultures and other regiments. Yeah. That and also the technology and equipment being so different is another, like, funny thing. Like how each one kind of has its own pattern las guns in some cases, depending on how big they get, where it's specialized to their world and the way they kind of do things. Like how a Kachan regiment versus the Morians is going to be very different. The Katachan being like space Vietnam, where they're just like, you know, hey, we're basically the Space Green Berets, and then you get the Morians, which are like super like hardcore, will follow orders to the last. I don't mind the Krieg either, but I feel like the Krieg get overused a lot, but I can't blame like people for liking the aesthetic of it. What did I have? Bronze? Yeah, bronze. I think that's back here. If I remember correctly. No, that's gold. And I think it's back here. No. Oh. I accidentally triggered a mine. Whoops. He's back this direction. I can't remember now.
I like big weapons.
That's like with the 40k mod. They focus mainly on the Death Corps of Krieg, but I feel like that's mostly because that's what they wanted to, like...
Better than acupuncture.
They knew people would be, like, hardcore into that. Oh, shit. I know far more about 40k, it's just stuff that I should. 7 Nights Wiki, search 4K Wiki. Yeah, Krieger Secret Rivalries is almost worse the Cadians at this point. Yeah, I can see the Cadians being, like, the main focus of the story, though, since they are the ones that are, like, closest to, like, the Eye of Terror, so that's why it's, like, you know... That's why they're the big thing. I feel like overall, like, when it comes to the storytelling, it's always a lot more interesting to hear about, like, the individuals in the Imperium versus, like, the, the factions overall. Like, the stories of Cyphus Cain are interesting, Sly Marbo, the Chronicles of Yarick. And how basically he's had to deal with, like, the white whale of the fucking orcs the whole time. Gorguts is super interesting when it comes to, like, a character, because he's literally the orc that can't be fucking killed, because he's the one orc that understands when the chips are down, it's time to run away. Which makes him probably the most dangerous orc in the 40k universe. And Glasgow, and just most of them are kind of also interesting. Yeah, the 40k setting makes good video games, not much else. I was hoping Eternal Crusade would be Planet-Side 40k edition, but kind of fucked that up. Oh yeah, I remember Eternal Crusade, and I was not fucking happy when they were like, hey look, it's free multiplayer, like, Space Marine, isn't that great? And it really just was not. Oh, they messed up everything with that. I was so sad.
That's a personal weapon.
Because the big selling point originally, if I remember correctly, was that, hey, it basically feels like Space Marine, but in multiplayer, and like more people, and free, and da-da-da, and everyone's like, okay, cool. And then they played it, and it's like, oh, it's not. It's just not. Oh no. I personally like Space Marine. Lore-wise, it was kind of a fucking mess, especially for the plans they had for the second game that they were planning to come out with.
That's a personal weapon.
Oh, THQ. What a weird company. Oh shit. Okay, where are you? Come back here. Fucking ghosts. Get out of here. I hate the ghosts in this because they're annoying. There we go. Okay, there we go. Big Bang World Tanks clones that are coming out, War Thunder, EC, MechWarrior Online, etc. all have their same one-life grindy free-to-play games. Yeah. I mean, even with, like, War Thunder, I'll at least give War Thunder one thing, and at least they let you, like, respawn a few times if, like, you get fucked over, so it's not just instant fucking death all the time, and you at least can, like, take multiple tanks in with you. But god, I played World of Tanks for years, and I have regrets for that. Okay. Ladder, please. Ladder, okay, there we go. Like, World of Tanks, I got, like, multiple tier 10 tanks, and I gotta say, it was not fucking worth it. Part of the issue that I had with World of Tanks is that the way they designed their pricing and, like, their economy is that if you had a tier 10 tank, you literally could not ever fucking play the thing. Like, unless you were, like, doing ridiculously well, which if you took out the wrong tier 10 tank, then you might as well kiss that thought goodbye. Then, like, you were not going to succeed, and it was just gonna, like, be a money sink. Oh god. Ow. I should have known. That's something this game would have done. They 100% would put a Shadow Ninja in that fucking shack. You know, I'm just gonna, like, do this. There we go. Have fun with the dude. Come on. Are you not gonna shoot him? I guess not. There we go, that solved it. But yeah, World of Tanks was the worst for that shit. Ugh. War Thunder was a decent game with good bones, no meat. Instead of content, they just Brian, the game design maps were shite. War Thunder did the same thing. Yeah, approximately clones can see invisible hostiles. Yeah, I guess not. No. I guess it makes sense, but I'm just not really, happy about it. Also not happy about demolishing my health right there. I'm just gonna jump past this bitch and hit the exit, because I'm pretty sure, yep, it's there we go. I'm not fighting that in a tiny ass place, fuck that.
Oh, better zip fly.
Stop hitting yourself, yeah. Yeet.
Dying times here.
Yeah, Twin Dragon has its moments. Oh, there's one of these dudes down here. Hello. And there's also some fish. Bye, fish. Fucking killer koi, get out of here.
I love the shuriken.
See, I don't think you actually hit the killer koi. Oh, you can with the shuriken. Okay. Oh, well. Weapon I never use, because usually once I get like a grenade launcher or something, I just main that for the most part. Shadow Warrior's balance is kind of weird in that they give you enough explosives where you can basically go through the game maining them. And you get so many weapons that realistically you are not gonna, like, run out of ammo for anything significant. Ow. Okay. Ow. So do you like turn-based strategy? I've never really been as much for turn-based, I've been more of like an RTS kind of guy. Like, my big thing back in the day was Command and Conquer when I was younger. Because I played the shit out of Command and Conquer till EA kind of ran the series into the ground. And even after EA ran the series into the ground, I still played all the mods for it, so... There we go. I see you play game much of those generals. Yeah, that's fair. It's probably one of the better CNC games, honestly. And then my RTS, is Supreme Commander, I only gotta see if only got a sequel. Yeah, and that's fair. That's kind of the same reaction a lot of people have to, one of the Command and Conquer things. It's like, damn, if only Command and Conquer 4 came out, it probably would have been so good. What do you mean? It did come out. Damn, if only it actually came out and wasn't just cancelled. Oh wait, I can just throw a grenade down there. Bye.
You move like a pregnant yak.
I've actually done some Command and Conquer Arma stuff before. It was really interesting.
I kill you.
It was a fun time.
Snatch pivot.
One thing in general is that, as well as I've done a lot of out there Arma content because I was a part of a group that really, I wouldn't necessarily say got bored easy, but I would say that there was a lot of times where we sat there and we were like, yeah, we just don't want to do the same shit that we've been doing every week, so we're just gonna mix it up and do something else. I wish the first Command & Conquer Arma mod work got finished. That might be fun. Yeah. I mean, there's, currently I think there's the one mod that mostly just mixes and matches Cup and RHS and other stuff together to make, like, units and things like that. And they have some stuff with, like, generals out. They have some of the generals units. They have some of the stuff from Command & Conquer, Tiberian Dawn, not Sun. They do have some, like, Sun units, but not really. Then there's the actual one, Genesis, which I think they're trying to port over from, the Crisis mod, if I remember correctly. And that one actually has, like, the Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun units and stuff. Oh god, RHS and Cup are so blurred together? Yeah. Actually, I think it was mostly Cup for the Command & Conquer mod. I think the reason I had RHS was that I had people who were very needy back then, and they were like, I don't want to use the Cup weapons. And I'm like, oh my god, fine. Fine, we'll add, like, some other shit. Fuck it, doesn't matter. I don't care. No one just wants to use the shit from the mods, and, you know, no. Cup weapons are fine, RHS fucking no variety, both Cup and RHS have a lot of issues. Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those things where, like, they both have their own issues, but I think Cup overall is slightly better in a lot of ways, because it at least works with the base game balancing of things, and doesn't really get as weird. Whereas RHS tries to write too much of its own custom code, and then ends up, like, fucking things up. Like, the big thing I remember was that, like, for some reason, a lot of the RHS vehicles don't really work with anything but RHS because of some of the weird custom code writing shit. Because they're trying to simulate spaced armor and shit, and it's like... It only, like, half gets it right. Unfortunately, because just doesn't. Oh, hey, red key. I think I roughly remember where that goes. I'm so glad this might give us 30 different variants of the M4. It's all the same fucking thing. Nice. How many 7.6251 marksman rifles will there be loads? I wish they'd just maintain gameplay purity with vanilla. I don't really care. It's 10% less realistic. It's better for gameplay. Yeah! I mean, that's the general thing. Like, a lot of times I'll try and use, like... The only time I'll try and use RHS vehicles is when, like, there's no other, like, option. Like, generally, I prefer cup stuff because it actually reacts realistically with, like, some of the other mod shit. And, like, for the most part, it's compatible. Like, a lot of cup stuff mixed with, Cup and, like, Fallout stuff. So, like, Cup and Aftermath actually works pretty well together, as well as the base game stuff, because it's kind of designed around that. Alright. Alright. Just hit this button. It's weird that the Shadow Warrior katana is actually this good. RHS vehicles are usually okay. They have turrets you can turn from, but they're buggy. The Russian MRAP and the two weapons are buggy as fuck, but the RHS optics are often usable due to how excessively tiny markings. Yeah!
Only one.
The big thing I've noticed with the vehicles is that sometimes, like, the actual, like, damage values are just so scuffed, and it's like, I don't really know what to do with them sometimes. It's like, eh. Like, some of the weapons and turrets are alright. Like, the actual, like, guns and stuff, like, firing aren't bad. It's more of, like, the actual, like, nitty-gritty stuff that you only have to really worry about if you're, like, super serious into it, or if you're, like, the Zeus or something. Which generally, because I do a lot of mission creation, I have to kind of worry about that whenever I use RHS crap. Like, the RHS Bradley, from what I remember, is, like, the worst offender of that shit, because literally there are times where the Bradley will just burst into flames because someone, like, so much as, like, coughed at it. Or it will take, like, 4 or 5 javelins and just not give a shit, and I'm like, cool, thanks, good job, everybody. Also, that room's getting nuked.
2, 1. All systems ready. Warning.
There we go. Also, RHS's optic can't be used with MVGs and is wrong. The Russian mod is so undercooked, and the RHS A10 is awful. In fact, all the 20mm cans are RHS are garbage. If a mod adds a Galway, they cannot even defeat an IFV and gun rack. You're fucked. Yeah. It's very scuffed. It's very scuffed in a lot of ways. I generally prefer Cup, because Cup, for the most part, like I said, is fairly balanced with not only, like, the base game shit and with stuff in Cup a bit better, but also it's a lot more, like, usable. Even if it's not necessarily as pretty. Which, it not being as pretty was the main argument I heard before. But they've actually fixed up a lot of the models and things like that. It looks a lot better these days, so I don't really see the complaint there. Then I'll take a couple of variety chests because they actually have some different shit mixed in that you don't normally see because it's not just 500 variants of the M4. Where was the silver door? I know it was up here somewhere. I just don't remember where. I think it's over here, maybe. Doesn't seem right. No, okay. Oh, maybe it is down here, actually. Oh no, light speed rippers. That's actually another interesting thing with, I think, unique to Shadow Warrior, in that if enemies take damage, they increase in speed. It's very arcadey. Who gives a shit if the textures are in 4K, not me. Cup was some nice things to the, like the FAMAS, but the Operation Flashpoint content is tragically ugly. Yeah! Yeah. It's a little unfortunate. Oh, that's why I didn't use the nuke earlier. Whoops. You know what, fuck it, I have like 80 Ripper Arts, let's use that. There we go. There we go. That works fine. If only the whole mod team would cooperate and make more compatible, interchangeable mods, so that we have one M4 instead of 50 building M4s in various mods. Oh, one sec. Okay, back. Yeah, it'd be nice if a lot more mod teams were, like, working together on certain things and would actually, like, sort of collaborate a lot more. Especially with some mods mix and match, they could make some pretty cool shit, like, oh my god. Like, the funniest thing I remember was back when, Mark Patches and I were doing Star Sim shit, because we were using, like, because we want to do, like, Clone Wars content, because fuck it, why not, it's fun. But,
yeah.
basically. Back, okay. Yeah, we're doing Clone Wars content, and, like, at one point we're like, yeah, it would be really cool if we can get working lockers. I'm like, I wonder why they don't work with, like, the 40k people to get that working. And if I remember, there was something really, like, dumb. Like, there was a really dumb reason why they just wouldn't work with each other, and I'm like, okay. So, literally, we just got to the point where we side-loaded fucking, the 40k mod, called it the Sentinels ATRTs, and just used those as, like, walkers. And then used a bunch of other shit. Star Sim, that's a community I could talk for like hours about. God. There's so much to unpack there.
Sayonara, scumbag.
Star Citizen seems like a futile endeavor. Oh no, not Star Citizen, Star Sim. As in, like, the Star Wars Arma 3 mod. Like, holy shit. There is a, fuck ton to unpack there. I thought it was called Opposition. See, the thing is, like, you have the Opposition mod, but the thing is, Opposition makes more than just the Star Wars stuff. Like, they have a, they have MEOP, which is the Mass Effect Opposition mod, and they also have, the Starship Troopers Opposition and everything like that. But the thing is, there's a bigger community of people who make mods and stuff, and it's very weird and messy and... Funny enough, Opposition I don't even think is the main, the Star Wars mod anymore, because a lot of people use Legion Studios stuff instead. Because Legion Studios is also, like, kept up with updates more, and they have, like, Mandalorian stuff and things like that. But yeah, Star Sim, now that's a fucking community you could write, like, a book and a half about. Like, good god. Like, there is so much to unpack with that community. Like, it is the only community I've ever heard of. And, like, honest to god, this is a true story. Where someone literally faked having, like, a serious illness in order to get into a command position for a Arma 3 group. And, like, feigned sympathy, faked their death, and ran off to Gary's mod, only to be found months later. And that is one of the, like... That is not, like, the only story of that type is the worst part. It is fucking wild. The people in that community are nuts. Like, they got problems. Stealing one term I've heard used before, they don't just have issues, they got subscriptions. Sounds like it should be a YouTube video. I got some horror stories on the furry communities. I wouldn't talk about them in public for reasons ought to be obvious. That's fair. Yeah, like, there's a lot of people who are very, like, weird. Like, we've had to deal with people who are, like, Valor Stealers in the Star Sim community. People who are just, like, hardcore, like, racist. Lots of people doing some not-so-nice things that I can't talk about on stream, but basically taking advantage of minors, basically. Yeah, like I said, some of these people are fucking just... Some of these people are just, like, out there. Like, I don't know how the fuck they have time to do some of the shit they do, or why they do it, but they do it. They have some wild stories from there, and then, like, honestly, like, some of them are crazy. Some of them are just like a ha-ha funny kind of sad type of way, but some of them are actually a little horrifying.
Better than acupuncture.
Like, I'm impressed there are people who are that awful who play certain video games. Holy shit. Oh, I hate this section. Okay. Let's do that, and then just... I think I at least cleared out the room, so I don't have to worry about running in there with two shadow ninjas. That shit needs to be rooted out of our communities. We want to consider using quick save, quick load hotkeys. I always do consider using that, but the problem is whenever I quick save and quick load, I fuck myself up, or I end up fucking myself up. I've had a few bad experiences where I've like quick saved into like just the worst situations, and been like, oh, I forgot to make like a backup or something. That's why I usually just stick to manual saves. Even though it takes like a second longer. I don't remember if there was a point to coming down here. I think there is. Yeah, there is a point coming down here. Okay. that's why like GZ Doom's sequential quick saving. You can go back quick save if you don't make a bad save. Yeah, that's actually really useful. I was hardcore using saves while playing Blade of Agony, which is the new Wolfenstein Doom mod thing. Oh fuck. Okay, I think there we go. I definitely killed him now. Yeah, that room's stacked.
You're no mess with Lo Wang.
Yep, enemies at the top of ladders. I've hit the stage of this expansion pack where I just assume there's shit around corners and just throw some safety grenades around it. Did I go through the... Oh, I did. There we go. Ow. That fucking hurt. Oh. Always gotta look out for those dudes hiding behind beds. You know, something that still peeves me, just about every classic FPS showers you in shotgun ammo, but rapid fire weapons have far fewer, like 50 shells is way more than 200 bullets. Yeah. I will say in general, Shadow Warrior is definitely not the norm in that, like, it showers you with, like, way more, like, fucking everything than you, like, normally, need. You know, I'm just gonna... There we go. That should solve the problem. Like, Shadow Warrior has way too many goddamn guns. Like, it's kind of ridiculous, because, like, okay. So we got, like, the katana and the fists, those are fine. Shurikens is your, like, early, like, bullshit weapon. Then you have the Riot Shotgun, which has 2 fire modes. Then you have the Uzis. Then a missile launcher. A missile launcher with 3 fire modes, by the way. Which is fucking insane. A grenade launcher. A sticky bomb. A railgun. A guardian head thing. And, of course, the Ripper Heart. And they give you, like, a fuck ton of ammo for this shit. You want so many guns. I mean, it's different if you have, like, a modded experience, though, because that's a different story to me, right? Like, I think if someone mods it, it's a little different to me, where I'm like, okay, I can kind of see why that's like that. But this is, like, base game, and there's not a lot of situations where I sit there and go, oh boy, I need to use the entire roster in this, like, one small area. Like, I can get through a lot of areas, like, surprisingly, with, like, just the shotgun and the explosive weapons. Oh, God. Oh, hello. Ow. Well, that was it. That was a, pain in the ass. Because again, none of the enemies in Shadow Warrior necessarily tank all that much damage. They're very spongy. They just do a lot of fucking damage is the thing. In my book, too many weapons is better than not enough, which is what I felt about Halo and so many other shooters. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, and like Duke Nukem Forever. God, I don't understand how the fuck, like, that game had a 2-weapon limit. Like, that boggles my fucking mind. I don't understand how people went through that with a 2-weapon limit. I think at one point I did do it, but I just had a miserable time with it. I don't know why anyone would do it either, because even 4 weapons is, like, way too little. And see, it's not like Shadow Warrior where, like, I feel like there's maybe a bit too many, mostly just because of the fact that, like, you have all these different ammo types, and even with all these weapons, you have, like, various fire modes for all of them. For, like... For a game like Duke Nukem Forever, they really shouldn't have had any weapon limit. But then I guess that's the only way they could have padded the fucking game out, I don't know. God. You should try Gunman Chronicles, all the weapons customization is extremely, so. Ah, yeah. I've heard Gunman Chronicles is pretty good. I've also played Lithium for Doom, and that was pretty good.
Everybody did. I like that.
Like, I'm overall as well, like, one of the people who prefers more weapons over less. I just think that, like, for the amount of ammo they give you in some sections, and this is a little weird, versus, like, you know, just conventional, more conventional FPSs, I guess would be the way to put it. Okay, now where the fuck do I need to go? 'Cause I don't think it's over here, is it? Or maybe it is. I think there was a weird thing where, like, I had to go, like, over here to get to a secret level. It's hard to remember, honestly.
You Hopperman you used to be.
Oh, fuck that room. Okay, where the fuck does this go? Oh, it's a smoke bomb, god damn it. Okay, where the fuck does this go? Okay, it just goes back there, but I'll grab the health anyways. I can't remember if this level had a secret exit. I want to say it did, but it's hard to remember. Because also, Shadow Warrior is another weird build engine game that doesn't follow the conditional, or the traditional, like, 3 to 4 episode structure. It's all, like, one tied together thing. The base specifies 3 firearms, shotguns, varied shell count per shot. The Gunman Chronicles is one of my favorite classic shooters, at least it's my favorite single player one. Multiplayer is hard to pick between firearms, specialist, natural selection, etc. God, I put way too much time into firearms. I put, like, way too much time. Like, a stupid amount of time. Also the specialist, that's another weird thing. Oh. Yeah, I knew I was dead when I accidentally did that. Whoops. Where does this go? Let's go up on the wall. Yeah, it goes up on the walls. Okay. Do I have any? No, I don't have any, I don't have any health left. I do like that the katana is useful even into, like, end game for this. That's actually kind of neat.
Better than acupuncture.
Okay, I remember there being a secret exit. Oh, now I remember. Never mind. I remember now where the secret exit was. Never mind. I think I just remembered. It just hit me. I'll save game here just so I can, like.
There can be only one.
Yeah, it was right where the bronze key was, actually. Hold on, that's not worth going down. So where was the bronze key? Oh, hello. Yeah, now I remember. Hold on. Come on. Okay. 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 There we go.
Chinese secret.
Yeah. Ow, fuck. A lot of mods for Half-Life and Half-Life 2 still have no good equivalencies. FPS or RTS resistance is kind of dead. Yeah. There was a lot of FPS RTS games also. Played Firearms 2, wish Firearms Source got picked back up. There's still nothing like that on the market. Yeah. It's one of those weird things where, like, looking back on it, there's a lot of, like, stuff in Half-Life and Half-Life 2 that just kind of, like, withered and died in a weird way. Like, there were not one, but multiple, like, RTS FPS games. Because, like, off the top of my head, there was Empires. There was Natural Selection 1 for Half-Life. There was Natural Selection 2, which came out, which I think was still based off the Source engine. What else was there? There was Empires, which I think I mentioned already, but there's also Nuclear Dawn, which I probably mentioned 3 times. The Nuclear Dawn, anyways, was, like, originally a mod, and they made an independent game, and then it kind of died. Half-Life was kind of like a breeding ground for just really interesting game ideas. Empire's Dystopia, Nuclear Dawn, yeah. Able to become mod developers to see they're making indie games getting higher in sheet AAA companies. Source had some good mods as well, Firearm Source, yeah. There's just a lot of really interesting, like, Source stuff. I played a few Source mods on the channel, I think. Mostly, like, co-op with my girlfriend for, like, Synergy and, Sven. Well, for Half-Life and Half-Life 2. There's something else I played, and I can't remember what it was, but it was a Half-Life 2 mod. Or, when I said I was going to play a Half-Life 2 mod, I ended up doing something different that day, because somebody was like, hey, do this, and I was like, okay. Honestly, it's hard to keep track. It's just a lot of shit that you can play. There we go. I might actually have to use the Ripper Heart for real.
Holy shit!
Oh, whoops. Oh, well, you did your job anyways. It's fine. Yeah, let's clear out this basement area. I'm gonna determine as well you take 4. Remember, had an epic hosted make something unreal to describe Age of Chivalry, perhaps Resistance Liberation. See, I'm trying to remember which one I might have streamed, because I feel like it was a single player one. No, now I remember. I was going to stream Get a Life, and then somebody donated, and I had to stream Duke Nukem Forever, I think. That or was another mod. It was something along those lines. It was one of those donation things where I was like, hey, if I get a certain donation amount, I'll stream this, and then somebody hit it, and I was like, fuck, I guess we're doing that. What am I doing? Okay. The basement's not important, it just has stuff in it. We gotta go this way. Yeah. No. Oh, hello.
This is not a charade.
That's the gold key. I probably gotta go back and find a different key. Silver's over there. No, that's also silver. Missing something really obvious at this point. I think I gotta go down. I probably missed something in the basement, actually. No. I think I missed something on the other side of the castle, then. Unless it's, like, over here somewhere. No. Oh, there's a crack in the wall. No, that's just a
Ancient
secret.
Chinese secret.
Yeah. I'll sub donations at some point. Yeah. Here's my suggestion. Make sure it's something that you're willing to do. And, like, make it kind of reasonable to some degree, but also, like, add a few extra bucks onto something before, like, saying yes to it. Because there's been a lot of donation incentive shit where, like, I played through it and I was like, oh, I really should have bumped this up by, like, another, like, 50 bucks or even 100 or something. Because it was, what was it? I don't remember. It was fucking Pro Doomer. I think it was Pro Doomer that I got like a donation for, like, and I really appreciate the donation at the time because it helped me cover fucking rent for the month and shit. But it was one of those things where like I set it to a certain level, and then the whole time I was playing through Pro Doomer, and I was like, oh, I hate this. Or was it Hideous? It wasn't. No, it wasn't Hideous Destructor. Hideous Destructor was a charity thing. I want to say it was Pro Doomer and Psychophobia was the big things, was the big ones that I played, and I was like, oh, I really should have set this shit higher. Like, it was one of those moments where I was like, oh, I fucking lowballed this by a lot, and I am regretting life. Did I pick up the gold key back? No, because the gold key's back there. I didn't pick up the silver key. There's no silver key down here. Maybe it's up this direction somewhere and I'm just missing it. Yes? No? Maybe? I don't... Oh, god damn it. It's a wall thing, now I remember. Yeah, that one was kind of my bad. I wasn't looking for a wall panel. Please, okay, there we go. Ow.
Better than acupuncture.
Oh god. There we go. Oh, I know what that opened up at least. Oh yeah. Okay. Do you have a Discord server yet? Personally, I kind of avoid personal Discord servers. I don't really have my own Discord server that I set up. I mostly just kind of go off of the, what do you call it? The Underdog Discord server if people need to contact me, or I'm in PAW, or I'm in other places. It's one of those weird things where, like, I think it's because I've done a lot of server management for other people. I don't really want to, like, do my own one, per se. Like, it can be kind of useful, but also it can be a pain in the ass to manage, because, like, if people come in who, like, are acting like jerks and shit like that, that can be a real pain. Like, it's kind of weird to describe, but I mostly just bum off of other people's Discords. Okay. Yeet.
Ancient Chinese
Armor, I'll take it. Oh, hello.
Very bad man.
There we go. I feel like this has an underwater area. Yep, I was right.
Holy shit.
I remember there being something weird with this area. Share one with a friend of mine, and yeah, ferrets already haven't gotten any trolls, IOC. Yeah, I've had to deal with, like, a lot of, like, trolls and other people's stuff, and it's just been, like, one of those things where I look at and I'm like, maybe hold off on it. It's one of those cases of I have Twitter and I have my streams, I have other ways to contact me, I'm an underdog. I feel like it's just one of those cases where I'm just like, I don't really need people to join a personal Discord server because I don't really know what I'd actually put in there. I think it'd be different if I had like a lot of art that I got commissioned and just like other things that I did, but like it kind of feels like it's a bit of a waste since I'd mostly just use it for like clips and shit. And like maybe the odd stream announcement. Maybe I'd take mod suggestions and I don't know. That'd be like one thing to do, be like, hey, suggest a mod to play on the channel, or like, here's like an idea of what to do. It's one of those weird things to kind of think of, just because maybe I've done that shit for like so many other people, and I kind of share Ragehound, one of my friends' philosophies in that. It's like, we already kind of have Underdog in case you need to like contact us, so like maybe that's enough. Also, I think that man just climbed out of the fucking level unless that's a secret. No, never mind. No, that's just where you need to go. That's not even a secret. That's just intended progression. Okay. Heat seeker card, more armor, cool. I wanted to get one troll on my channel, but I had to ban him because he was a child, which did not shock me. I guess it depends on whether or not you want to cultivate a community. It's a weird thing. I kind of go 50-50 between it, because on one hand I'm kind of like, I kind of want to cultivate more of a community. On the other hand, I'm like, there's some bits of it that are kind of a pain in the ass that I don't feel like dealing with. It's a bit of a weird situation with me, because part of it I always look at and I go, you know, I want to get a community of like people who kind of want to chill out and watch streams and do other shit, but at the same time I kind of don't want it to get so big compared to like some other people who like have that problem of it's gotten too big and now it's become unmanageable. Oh, there we go, Hunglow's Palace. I think this is the last level. I want to say it is, because it makes sense, actually.
Like Chinese New Year fireworks.
Oh, that's actually it. Ow, fucker. Oh, he's dodging it. What a bastard. Alright, that's it. But yeah, I think it's one of those things I've thought of, because like I've basically interacted with a lot of people who did get a lot bigger in the community. And it's kind of one of those things where you look at and you're like, do I really want to subject my ass to that problem? That's my purpose, political community server requirement. I'm not sure whether I want to make my own server or not. Yeah, it's a weird thing, honestly. I mean, for me, it's like, for me, it's partially like a gaming, I wouldn't call it education. For me, it's definitely gaming, like, I think is what the community would be. Part of it's kind of like old game education, I guess, and kind of going into, hey, here's like old cool retro games you can try, just take them with a grain of salt, because they're not always gonna be like, you know, super clean cut as like newer games. And there's gonna be weird shit with them, but like, hey, give it a chance kind of thing. But it's always like one of those weird things where I've like sort of looked at it and I've weighed it out and I'm like, I don't know if I want to cultivate like a community per se. Because I'm always worried about turning into that weird culty internet thing of like, you know, ha ha ha, Rocker fucking said Randy Pitchford sucks, so I went and took a shit in his mailbox IRL. And I'm like, okay, I didn't say to do that. I did mention I wouldn't feel bad if it happened, but at the same time, I didn't say to do that, so like, please don't. Because I've talked to a lot of people who've had problems with that in the past, where it's like people will just go and like do shit because like somebody will mention something offhand and then it just gets really awkward and it's like, oh. Capture games work is my chunk considering Twisty and Hurt and Quake 2, but I also enjoy newer games like Mordhau, Arma 3 and stuff. Yeah, called personal, that's fun. I don't think I have to worry about that, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. Even being a lot smaller, I've already had a few people get really obsessive in like some weird ways where I'm just like, I don't really like that. Like, I've already had somebody try and claim that they were my partner and like all this other shit, and I'm like, no, I'm not this person's partner. I've had to clear that up. Which is just a wild thing to think of. It's just like, that's a problem I didn't think I'd have to deal with at some point, but okay. I still don't know what the fuck they actually wanted, because I don't know if they're just trying to ruin my reputation, or if they're just a weird, like, you know, obsessive type, or like what it was, but yeah, it was just like one of those moments where I sat there and I was like, this is just odd, I don't like it. I don't remember if these two switches are important for anything. Yeah, hit them anyways. Oh, it's to open the main door.
Better than acupuncture.
Oh right, I remember this level. It's like it ends in a big ass switch hook near the end. Now I remember. God damn it. I think he's dead. No, he's not. He's crouching in the corner like a bastard. Oh, hey. Oh, hello. Well, I come back to the window. There we go. Let's see. You got parasocial relationships yet? Streaming is surprisingly difficult considering all the shit you gotta watch out for like that. Yeah, there's a few people who, like, I kind of look at, and I'm like, maybe, I don't know about that. Maybe, like, tone it down a little bit. But thankfully I've mostly sidestepped a lot of, like, the weirder kind of, like, super obsessive types, but even then it's just like, I still have to deal with some people acting weird at me on, like, various platforms because of reasons. Nope.
It is natural to die. Everybody did.
Like, there was a few people who, like, always wanted to, like, chat about very weird things who were, like, underage, and I'm like, hey, like, like, there was one kid who I had to shut down, like, really quickly, because they were, like, really dead set on, like, yeah, you're my friend now, and I'm like, no, I'm not, sorry, that's not how that shit works. I've literally just met you, like, this week. That's not how that's gonna go. I know you want friends and stuff, and that's fine, but you can't just barge into someone's chat and declare them your friend. That is not how that shit works. Funny enough, I remember that, like, in particular, because I was streaming, I think it was Blade of Agony at the time, like, episode 2, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's a thing. That's the reason I have my channel set to mature. I mean, I've seen people, comments on Prevent as very, pretty glorious person. Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, it's one thing to be, like, cool with somebody, because there's levels of, like, there's degrees of separation is the thing. And, like, coming in saying hi, talking about shit, that's a different story. And, like, there's some people who, like, I've had friendships develop because that's how I generally met them, and that's how it kind of went eventually. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm friends with this person, I met them doing this. But it's like, it's very different when you, like, barge into someone's stream and you're like, hey, I'm your friend now, and then I'm like, fuck no you're not, get the fuck out. And I don't want to be mean like that, but I'm also like, hey, you're underage, and, like, I generally cover a lot of, not really mature topics, but I generally talk a lot more mature, and I'm much more, like, you know, like, older. So it just looks a little weird, you know, when, like, somebody just decides, hey... I would like to be friends with everyone, but I'd find it possibly unwise to befriend fans of the power dynamic. Yeah, it's a little... yeah. It's a little bit of a tightrope type of situation. It's one of those cases where I feel like I need to know someone a little bit before I can really be like, yeah, this person's like a friend, and not just like an acquaintance. Like, it's more of a time thing and like an interest thing as well, too. Because sometimes there are just people you do not vibe with, and that's fine. That is just the way that should go. There are sometimes, like, some ways people, like, act towards other people, or some ways that, like, you know, things just kind of pan out where you're just like, I don't really get along with this person. Oh, well.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Come on. Damn, where are you? There you are. Wait, did I lose, like, all that fucking health with one hit? Holy shit. Oh well. I remember this being a very weird and irritating part.
Oh, look, you coming apart.
Ow. God damn it. Alright, fine. Four. I think there's like 4 switches. I would consider a person a friend until we spend time together on a regular basis. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's just the big thing. It's like, well, like with streaming, it's like you kind of want to be like open to people, and that's one thing, and like sort of lay out, hey, here's my gig, here's what I kind of do, here's the things I enjoy, that sort of stuff. And some people just seem to take that as, oh, this person is my friend, and like that's how this is gonna go, and and they're always gonna be my friend. It's like, hey, I'm not exactly looking at it as just like, I'm doing a job, and like that is it. It's more of like, I'm doing this to kind of chill out and like, you know, play games, and, like kind of relax a little bit, and like get to kind of know people somewhat. But even then, it's a case of, if even as a way to meet people, it's more along the lines of, hey, maybe, like, give it, like, a week or two or some amount of time. And not just jump into we are friends now. That is just how it's going to be. And the worst part is I hate to like stereotype, but it's always like younger people who do this. Like, or at least tends to be younger people who do this a lot. And then if you don't instantly reciprocate, it kind of feels like there's a pity trip situation going on, and I'm like, I don't want to be someone's friend out of pity. That's not the way things should go. Like, please don't put people in that situation. It's very awkward. Okay. There we go. Come on. Oh, that's actually stupid. Yeah, younger people are experienced with never learn what they need to do to succeed in social situations. You don't have a parent who gives a shit, then you learn the hard way, trial and error. Yeah. Oh. Oops. Okay, let's try and clear this room out a little bit. And then save. Alright, I can just spam these.
Stand by.
I might as well use it.
2.
I'm not gonna get to use it any other time, so fuck it.
All systems ready. Warning.
Anyways. Where's the... Oh, go. Yeah, there we go. That's a big wang. Oh shit. Oh, there we go. That's Twin Dragon.
All systems ready.
That's pretty good. Like honestly, that's pretty funny.
Go live in fear.
And there we go.
Oh, after all that work, Lo Wang feel like a song.
Man, things are suddenly quitting to DOS and knives or time of awful endings. Oh, funny enough, fucking what is it? I think it's like what do you call it? Redneck Rampage has a fake quit to DOS ending, and I'm like, really? Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're gonna dip our toes in wanton destruction. I might go for like maybe like another hour.
No mess with Lo Wang.
I know we can get kind of far in wanton destruction because I know it's a lot shorter. At least from what I remember. Now, let me see if it captured it or not, or if it's being stupid. No, it actually captured it. Okay, cool. Yeah, the 90s had some awful endings. Funny enough, Duke Nukem has some pretty good endings. Blood also had some good endings. It's just one of those, like...
No pain, no gain.
You have to kind of know whether or not you're going to ham it up or not.
Surprise! It's you-know-who.
Oh no.
A sword.
I know you love me. I'll make you love me.
That's a little obsessive. Speaking of obsessive.
I am the...
Oh my god, please stop. Damn it, why are you so fast? Why'd you make the killer hornet so fast, game? Jerkin, shot shell, gas bomb. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's restart that and not die instantly. Hey, we had an Uzi. We could just go in there.
Hard to get.
There we go. Bees, not the bees. Yeah. So yeah, this series of like expansion levels were made by Sunstorm. Which, you know, Sunstorm, pretty damn good at what they do. Like, they made some of the best expansions in the whole fucking, like, 90s, basically. Like, they had, Life's a Beach, Duke It Out in DC, Cryptic Passage was really fucking good. But then, like, this is one of those weird cases where this wasn't exactly finished, if I remember correctly. Like, they weren't planning to sell this at all. And, like, I think they just found it one day on, like, a disc somewhere. After, like, it being lost, effectively. And they were like, oh, okay, I guess we'll just put it out for release, because we're not gonna, like, release it commercially since it's not technically finished.
The only one. Be proud, Mr. Wu.
And it does, like, weird shit, like, it replaces the gangsters with these dudes. And also, oh my god, bees, why?
The only one.
Why would you start with bees? Why would you do this? Fuck you. Oh my god, there's more of them up there. Fuck me sideways. So anyway, Sunstorm is the worst expansion creator ever. No, I'm kidding. But you get the sense that a lot of this is very, like, unfinished, just based off of, like, stuff like the level names and just the general, like, way certain things go. I've never actually played any of the Duke Nukem 3D expansions besides Atomic Edition. I played, so I played the, what do you call it? I've played the Christmas expansion, which was interesting, because I think I said I was going to do that for, like, a Christmas thing. This is, like, something different. I'll throw gas bombs. Fuck these dudes. Oh wait, I have a railgun. What am I doing?
You move like a pregnant yak. Are you ready to move? Some balls. Score sickness.
I'd say out of all of them, probably Duke Caribbean Life's a Beach is probably the best one. Ow.
Better
saw
than
that coming.
acupuncture.
Or well, I should have saw that coming, honestly. Damn, we have our shotgun. I always keep this fucker in full auto, because honestly it's just better that way. I never feel a need for like the single shot action of this. It just feels like the single shot just ends up like taking too long. Usually there's enough like enemies on screen to justify just holding down the button and murdering everything.
Ancient Chinese secret.
But yeah, probably the weirdest one is like the Christmas one. The Christmas Duke Nukem one is very odd. Like, it is just out there. And it is like peak 90s, 2000 cringe, and it's like, oh no. Like, this is not me making a joke, you literally in the Christmas Duke Nukem episode, you fight fucking the feminist elf militia. It is wild. But, you know, the 90s. It really do be. Oh, you know, I probably just used a thing for that. No. These shit like this makes sense, so you almost never doing satire, just doing bigger trace matter, of course. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I think for the time they were definitely doing satire. Because there were a lot of things where, like, it just seemed like, not exactly a different time, but it was more along the lines of things that just weren't taken as, like, seriously in some ways, and things were just very odd. Oh, shit. Like, the big thing as well for, like, the Duke Nukem stuff, they were very much basing their stuff off things like Trauma, for example, which, you know, when you see the influences, it kind of makes sense. So the green access card is not a secret thing, is it? Yeah, no, it's not. Being dumb. Okay, there we go. Did I pick up the yellow? Yeah, I did. Why are there two? Fuck, are there so many of you? Get the hell out of here. Ow, I forgot that that can impact corpses. Okay. I think that opened. Oh, yeah, that opened that door over there. Makes sense.
I like nuclear weapons.
Oh, there's another nuke over there, actually. I didn't even realize that. Okay. Let's get a freebie. I think now it's actually opened up. Like, hitting this actually opens up the one wall.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. All systems ready. Warning.
That's still fucking cool.
I like nuclear weapons.
I kind of wish more games had, like, more high risk, high reward, like, weaponry like that. Because that's the big thing I've noticed, though, I lost Shadow Warrior's, like, balance, that it is very much, like, set to doing that, where it's like, hey, you can blow the fuck out of yourself and kill yourself, but if you do it right, you will wipe a whole room. If you just take it a little bit extra careful.
Like Chinese New Year fireworks.
In particular, I think the nuke is the perfect example of that, and the whole thing of, oh, hey, literally just, if you can see the nuke, you are dead. It's great. This war gameplay is always nice as long as it's done properly. Yeah. It's like, the one thing that because I did play through Daikatana as once again, as another charity thing. The thing with Daikatana that always, like, deeply bugged me is that, like, there were sort of elements... Oh, whoops, I accidentally brought up the community tab. There were sort of elements of that risk versus reward gameplay, but it always felt very sloppy. Like, yes, technically, damaging you whenever you use a weapon is a risk. However, the actual reward for it is kind of shit. Because it doesn't really do enough damage to justify taking, like, damage yourself to use the fucking gun. Which made it kinda ass. There you go, that opened that up. I think he's stuck. Oh, that's unfortunate. How embarrassing. Okay. You already got, I think, like 3 Ripper Hearts. Oh, okay. There we go. I haven't played Daikatana yet, but I own it, so I might have to play it on stream someday, though I'd prefer to wait until somebody else makes a community patch, actually makes it fun or something. Oh, there's community patches for it. There's one that, there's one in particular that makes it so that it removes the, need to escort companions if you don't want to. There's also one that makes it so that the companions themselves are invincible, so you don't have to worry about managing their health or anything like that. There's one that also pulls out the save gem system, where if you don't want limited saves, that's an option, which I basically threw all those community patches on, because I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna play this unpatched, that's gonna be miserable. Like, I already have enough problems with finding weird bugs and glitches and shit in games. I don't need to be worrying about having to fucking community patch some bullshit, and just having it not work. Or, well, not community patching some bullshit and then having it not work. Even with the community patch, it still had bugs and problems. Wait. That's weird. Good to know. I heard Kingdom Come had limited saves as 1% no longer interested despite loving historical medieval shit. I mean, it's one of those things where I think limited saves, if you do it well, can be fine. It's just, there's a lot of ways to mismanage it, and if you're not careful, you end up locking yourself into, like, just a shitty situation, and that's just not fun. Alright, where'd you go? There you are. Oh, he blew himself up because he thought I was above him, like right next to him, but it turns out I was somewhere else. Well, that's unfortunate for him.
You You no mess with low wang.
That works. Except there's two of them, goddammit. There we go. Is there anything down here? Because I wonder. Illustrator does have checkpoints, limited saves. Yeah. I mean, I did play Daikatana with the limited save system through like 90% of it, but then I just stopped near the end because there was a platforming section that just kept pissing me off, and I'm like, nah. Like, I got through most of the game, and I was just like, I'm gonna turn it off just for this section to save my sanity. Like, it was one of those cases where I was like, look, y'all got me to play Daikatana on the hardest difficulty for charity. That is good enough. Also, don't play Daikatana on the hardest difficulty. Just don't. Enemies move like light speed rippers in this when you damage them too much, but all the time. And like, their reaction time is like ridiculous on the hardest difficulty. It gets especially bad at the end of the game, in like the final chapter when you have to like move the NPCs around various like things, and you're like, this is fucking tedious.
Revenge is dish best served raw. Kawabunga.
Oh god, just like the hardest difficulty on like Shadow Warrior was definitely designed for people who like knew what they were doing, and like I'm not really like being down on that. Like, that's fine if that's what people want to do, but like, oh boy, it was not fun to play through once you got to consistent hit scan enemies that had shotguns. It was really not fun to play against consistent hit scan enemies that had shotguns. Okay. That's what that opens. Thought it opened a door. Close this up. Does this go anywhere? I don't know if this goes anywhere. Oh. Good secret card.
La 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 la.
Ancient Chinese
Oh.
secret.
Okay. Do. But no, definitely Daikatana's. I'd say Daikatana's best chapters are the middle ones. Like 2 and 3, good. 1, oh god. 4, it's a 50-50. I think if I wasn't playing it on hard, I'd probably be having a better time with it. Or I would have had better time with it. Excuse me, game. Is hella annoying. But the shurikens decided they just weren't gonna work there. I don't remember if there's a point to going down here. Oh, Ripper Heart. Yeah, that's fair. Nope. Nope. I think there also might have been health kits. if you want to pull your fucking hair out of stream, do solo Arma 3. It's embarrassing every time you get shot from the stream guys will hold for 10 minutes before you see action again. Yeah, I mean, we use Ace Medical, so like it's kind of like that. But yeah, I played a bit of solo Arma 3, and it's yeah, I don't really like. Don't enjoy. Would not recommend. Funny enough, I was playing the new DLC, and it wasn't actually that bad with it, because at least you can kind of save the game and be like, okay, I did somewhat okay, I'm just gonna, like, you know, make sure to save this. But god, solo, like, procedural missions, whether it be, like, Vindicta, Antistasi, Liberation, just shit in general. That can get, like, super irritating if you're doing it solo. Because that's something you really do need, like, a team for in some ways. And there's, like, stuff to kind of negate the bullshit, I guess, but the issue is that, like, eventually it's, like, is not super pleasant to play. This mega makes me want to cry. Anasazi solo CBT, Vindicta solo CBT with some painkillers. Yeah. Liberation is just, like, weird. We kind of had, I don't know, it's one of those things where, like, I kind of hate that I got, like, the known as the person to set mission shit, because, like, we had a vote, and, like, people voted for, like, persistent mission stuff, and I'm like, that's fine, but, like, we're gonna take a break from setting any of this shit up, because all of us are burnt out who, like, do the mission development and, like, stuff like that, and try and fix stuff. Because I don't think people understand that, like, Arma is not, like, a super bug-free game, and there's gonna be glitches. So, like, whenever there was, like, even, like, a minor problem, we'd get, like, DMs and just people, like, getting on us about, hey, you need to fix this, and we're like, dude, like, this is just how the game works. Like, I'm not kidding when I say, like, shit will disappear on Liberation. That is literally just how it works. I wish it worked better, but it doesn't. You should also just play some DR, yeah, everything by anyone playing needs to expect bugs. See, it's a different story when you hit, like, a Zeus mission a lot of the time, because the thing is with a Zeus mission, if there's bugs, you can generally fix it with, like, within, like, 10 to 20 seconds. Because you can just go, oh, there's a thing that flipped, delete. Oh, there's, like, this thing that's happening, fix problem. Oh, you know, like, just small shit to fix. Whereas, like, when it comes to, like, persistent missions like that, sometimes there's no easy way to fix that shit, and it's just baked into the mission, and there's nothing anybody can really do about it. Because persistent missions are designed based off of, like, lots of scripting that just kind of expect things to go a certain way, and that's about it. Like, yeah, I'm gonna load back because it's not worth actually jumping the wall.
The only one.
But it also gets really bad sometimes if people just get downright disrespectful about some shit, and you're like, really? Like, we set this we don't have to set this mission up realistically. We are a Zeus unit for the most part. We could literally just turn it off. Which kind of shits in the ban people about last. This is big issues now. Realizing 3 or 4 people could take on, like, 4 people should not be expected to take on a goddamn gunship or an MBT. This is basically D&D Gender Mastery, why I'd never be one, but too thankless. Yeah, it does depend. You gotta kind of balance that shit out. Like, I think realistically, like, a 4-man team could, in theory, take on, like, gunships and MBTs, but if you're gonna give a 4-man team that, you have to give them some leeway and also hand them some equipment that they can actually use to, like, do that. Like, I think a 4-man team with javelins, they might be able to do it, but, like, it's one of those cases where, like, if you're just not giving your team anything, and you're like, okay, take this on, then, like, it's a very shit way to go about it anyways. You also have to balance for your, like, for the skill of your teams a little bit. Like, if you know that you're Zeusing for a more casual group, you can't throw certain things at them and then expect them to just magically, like, bullshit their way out of it. Because that's how you end up with just very pissed off players.
Stand by.
It's hard to do, but I like doing it mainly for the situations where I get to do, like, neat shit that you don't normally see.
It's all in the reflexes.
Not sure if that's gonna hit anyone, but fuck it, I'll try.
This is not tournament. This is a
There's gotta be some secret of the general area. I just don't know what. Because it looks like you should be able to get out of here somehow. Oh, I thought maybe it was the wind chime, so well. I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Okay.
Oh damn, I'm running into walls now.
Okay. You have 5? Yeah, that's the next one. Okay. Oh, hey.
Ancient
There we go.
Chinese secret.
I think this is one of the ones where I have a way to get down to it.
Ancient.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, there's like ways to get down to there. Hold on.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Oh, secret level. There we go. Yeah, I never have javelins because no one wanted to carry one. We're lucky maybe on a medic. She has a good balance on the mission she just made beforehand, but anytime she did impromptus, she just escalated anytime you want to fight until you're fighting fucking tanks. I lecture on how it's not okay if we win a lot of firefights, so that's a good thing. Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing as well is the fact that, like, there are some Zeuses that don't understand that, like, sometimes you have to give your players a fucking win every once in a while, and it's like, you know, otherwise it kind of gets miserable, and there's no point in, like, your players fighting shit, because if you keep escalating to the point where literally you're just not allowed to ever win, then it's like, eh. Like, generally I like to play the enemy as a bit more realistic over, like, the guys. Like, if they're gonna bring in, like, tanks, for example, they'd have to have a reason to bring in fucking tanks. And there would also have to be a reason to, like, or a way to stop them early, or, like, have a realistic, like, route for them or whatever. And not just like T-14 Armadas or anything. Like actual like tanks that people could realistically take on. It's really a fine balance overall. What a weird level. It's like suddenly the redwood forest, but okay. So how the fuck do you get to that? I guess you go over here. Oh. That's embarrassing. That's like DMing the old DM is not usually beat players that facilitate the fun. Yeah, that's the thing, it's like, you're not really fighting against your players, you're kind of throwing them, like, curveballs for the most part for them to, like, go, oh, I need to figure out a way to get around this. You're giving them obstacles, you're not really giving them, you're not really fighting them. I mean, it's okay to think like the AI and kind of figure out, okay, how would they set up this area to try and stop the players? That's one thing, but yeah. It's best not to go into it with an adversarial sense, because otherwise they're just gonna make, like, certain missions kind of miserable. For literally everybody. Because then the goal stops being, oh, how can I have fun as a player? It's how can I fuck over the Zeus and make it so that their plan doesn't go well. Oh, fuck. This is a cool level, it seems kind of unfinished. Alright. Okay. I hate the glorification of mercenaries and media. I wish there was a Mercurian in the game, but let's create our own kits, because operator dress up people really need to make loadouts before the op. Yeah, funny enough, that's kind of what the modern op that we're doing in PAW right now is, in that we kind of have a mercenary-oriented... Because we're like a mercenary group rather than being like an actual, like military or anything. And there's, like, you know, open kit... Kind of semi-open kits, I'd say, because the thing is, it's sort of made around a point-buy system where our arsenal is based off of what we kind of, like, succeed at, and, like, we end up buying new equipment, like, between ops and shit. Oh no.
It is a good day to die.
But yeah. I saw one of your campaigns as PAW versus communism, which made me sad. That was kind of a weird one because it was less about like that, it was more about, what was it? It was set during the 60s, I think, because it's set during like the Vietnam War, or well, slightly after that. It's kind of a funky story because basically PAW gets blamed for the US losing a nuke somewhere in Vietnam, so the PAW is now on the run. So they have to like figure out what the fuck they're doing, and they ended up landing on Sarani. And then it's kind of like, it's a weird story. Some of our shit gets weird. That's the best way to put it. Speaking of weird, where the fuck did the yellow key card go? I think back here somewhere. This map is fucking weird. Why are there 4 medkits there? That has me worried. Oh, because there's exploding dudes behind there. Okay, that's why there was medkits there. Feels like build engine games have a real fascination with really small enemies, yeah. Prairie Fire would be from Protective Vietnamese, but of course wasn't. Yeah, they kind of OP, don't they? In fan of the bees. Yeah, bees suck. See, at least Prairie Fire has a scenario to let you play as the Viet Cong. That's interesting. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see like a full campaign that actually fleshed it out. Just for something different. Well, people make some more missions oriented around that, though, because they definitely actually have some good weapons and stuff laid out. Because I was playing around with some of them, and it's actually really good stuff they have. Oh, Lara Croft. Okay, so... do I need to press that? No, I think I did press it. Oh, it opened that up, okay. God damn it. It's water. It's all water. Why? There we go. Hated the rats and spiders and blood, yeah. I don't know what it is. There's like a lot of like build engine games that do that shit where they just decided they were gonna employ the smallest enemies known to man, just annoy the shit out of you, and I'm like, why? Why would you do this? And also the killer koi, I almost forgot about those. Oh, hello. You know, I think that calls for a nuke. Because, just fuck everything in that direction. Did I activate night vision goggles? No, everything's just very green. I don't like this color palette. It's too fucking green. At least I can see the weird floating enemies. It's not just invisible. Oh, I think I need a green key card, but I can't really tell. That was because I hated doing it with 3D because of the face huggers or something that kept me face scared the shit out of me, because of course I found out you could just spam Mighty Boot and it never hurt you. They haven't figured out that it's bad design yet. Seeing that the developers still haven't figured out bad design is, well, okay, not true. Games are designed badly on purpose to push modernization. Yeah. I mean, I think the big thing is, like, a lot of early 90s games generally did things because they wanted to, like, challenge the player, which is fine. I just think some of the ways they challenged the player were fucking annoying. Which is why I'm kind of glad that at least, like, some decent games give, like, a fair amount of customization, difficulty-wise. Like, AMC-TC, which I mentioned, actually has an option to turn off facehugger enemies. Which is honestly a nice touch, I like that. Okay, so I have blue key. Did I use the blue key? Oh, I need to go over here, don't I?
Oh damn, I'm running into walls now.
Or do I? Oh. Oh, there's apparently a tree here. That looks hollow. Yep, okay. That's probably where the key is. No, it's a fucking medkit, goddammit. This feels really unfinished. Damn, this area is green. Okay, so is there maybe a key under the water and I'm just missing it? There's one tree that has like a hollowed out area. I'm just gonna get rid of these guys. I mean, I could have missed a key, but... I'm gonna go back because I feel like I missed the thing. Oh, right, there's a way to get under the... okay. There's the green key, okay. There's a lot of swimming sections in Shadow Warrior games. Plus, there's some of the bullshit that happens with corporate people telling devs how to do their job, yeah. And real generally run, unfortunately, as historical corporations exist to generate profit rather than create art. Yeah. I mean, I think it's down to the fact of, like, at least in the early days, there wasn't as much design by committee. And, like, when you ran into that in, like, later, like, you know, later games that push microtransactions really hard, you kind of were like, yeah, this is just awkward. Nothing about a lot of build games really hits me as designed by committee until, like, Broussard gets involved, for example. Like, George Broussard is just like, ugh. He's almost up there with Pitchford in a way, because it's just a case of his weird shit where he's like, I want to feature creep my game out of existence. And I'm like, why? Oh, something new came out? We gotta add a Duke Nukem Forever, guys. What do you mean it's gonna take another year of dev time? We can't do that. Well, yeah. Oh, that's a thing. Yep, that is definitely a certified thing. Is there a way to avoid getting minced by it now? Like, there is some shit for sure where I feel like that would just not fly and, like... Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay. Oh, time to leave, bye. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here before the game breaks anymore, right? Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, I actually fell on a fish too. God damn it.
Better than acupuncture.
Oh god. No, no, no. Go for air, go for air, go for air. Okay. I mean, they gotta get rid of the fucking assholes out there. There we go. Holy shit. Existent piece. Replacing only the ship of the whims of corporate doctrine. Pleasure is horse hockey. Oh god, yo. Yeah, like literally it's a case of there's nothing that hits me as like, oh, this was designed by committee in like this kind of game, because I'm like, yeah, like there's no fucking way that this would fly. People would play a demo and be like, yeah, our players are too frustrated, they're not gonna spend money. Fucking just stop. I might actually call it here at Train Yard, because like I said, I was gonna go for like another hour. I'll probably just finish this off tomorrow, and then maybe do a bit of the Ghostbusters remastered game thing. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. But yeah, we're at the trolley yard, so I'm gonna end it. But first I'm gonna try and find somebody to raid. I think somebody else might have donated, because we're at hold on a second. I think somebody else donated to the charity things. We're at 254. Yeah, hold on a second. I might have missed it. If I did, I apologize. Anonymous. Let's snub out Lupus. Thank you for the $20 donation from Anonymous. So yeah, we are now at 254, which is like the quarter mark. Neat. I don't know why the alert box didn't fucking tell me that things happen, but yeah. I don't know, I'll look on Underdog probably, because I'll probably find somebody. Let me just... Yeah, my bad if whoever I missed there. Because I think the alert box just didn't work. That or it might have, like, done it and I just didn't hear it because I'm a dumbass. Let me just look on Twitch. See if there's anyone initially on the team that... Des Hex doing Super Animal Royale right now. I'm wondering if I could find, thing. Hello. Yeah, we're just ending now. We're finding somebody to raid. Let me just... let me actually look on Underdog as well, see if there's anybody else who is, like, low numbers who's streaming. I only have one person. They're doing Final Fantasy. Yeah, I'll raid this person. Okay, so they're a fellow Team Underdog member. We're gonna be raiding them. So have a good night, everybody. We're gonna call it there. I'm gonna throw some music on. We're gonna raid. So have a good one, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Actually, wait, yeah, because wait, tomorrow's Sunday, so tomorrow we're probably actually gonna be doing some other charity stuff with some more people. So yeah, I will see y'all later. Bye.